So far, Fox News and CBS News have reported that these are U.S. airstrikes. The president of Colombia and the Venezuelan government both say this is a U.S. attack. Breaking news, Reuters also now reporting that the U.S. is carrying out strikes in Venezuela, a U.S. official says. So Reuters is now reporting it as well. Idris Ali of Reuters says, a U.S. official says the U.S. is carrying out strikes in
We've got live updates continuing, plus some of the images that are being verified as well.
You know, Ana Vanessa Herrero had mentioned earlier as well that one challenge for local residents is going to be, besides the electricity, is going to be some basic needs in the coming days, such as water. Have your family reported any concerns for their survival in the coming days?
Well, I think there was, you know, in the days leading to this, there was a lot of speculation about whether there was actually going to be an action on Venezuelan soil or not. And so I think a lot of families, like including mine, have sort of been, you know, slowly sort of gathering supplies in case something did happen. Venezuelans have experience with that, right? Just because of all of the different protests and the different times where I think the Venezuelan people have risen and gone out in protest and sort of...
It's shock and awe, but you know, it's going to be a way more...
in Caracas, so people are very familiar with going and being like sort of stockpiling.
It's going to be way more like theatrical than
they can afford, to be very honest.
You know, there was a Chinese vessel in
they sort of
Venezuelan sea.
You know, without knowing
so like
what's going to happen.
This will be a massive.
You know, earlier we were speaking
escalation.
to Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel for NBC News, who said his sources didn't say exactly, but
is it not 5 years to the day since the assassination of Salmani?
Alleged strikes. Richard Engels said that he believed that there was a strong indication that this was a coordinated attack. And of course, we did hear in the last, I would say, hour from the government of Venezuela strongly condemning this and pointing to the United States, even though we have not received confirmation about these explosions, whether or not this was an operation that was carried out by the United States. What is your reaction to the Venezuelan government's statement they put out? And has your family heard that? Have they had any reaction to that?
No, the only thing that they've heard is that
American news is late because BBC has already reported that it's true. Yeah, 6 years to the day. 6 years to the day.
In the civilian and military areas of the city of Caracas, the capital of the Republic, and the states of Miranda, Aragua and La Guaira. This act constitutes a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations, particularly Articles 1 and 2, which enshrine respect for sovereignty, the legal equality of states, and the prohibition of the use of force. It goes on to say, such aggression threatens international peace and stability, specifically in Latin America and the Caribbean, and places the lives of millions of people at serious risk. It adds, the objective of this attack is none other than to seize Venezuela's strategic resources, particularly its oil and minerals, attempting to break the nation's political independence by force. It says they will not succeed. After more than 200 years of independence, the people and their legitimate government remain steadfast in defending sovereignty and the inalienable right to determine their own destiny. The attempt to impose a colonial war to destroy the republican form of government and force a regime change in alliance with the fascist oligarchy will fail, as all previous attempts have.
Here.
The statement continues to say President Nicolas Maduro has signed and ordered the implementation of the decree declaring a state of external commotion throughout the national territory to protect the rights of the population, ensure the full functioning of republican institutions, and immediately move to armed struggle. The entire country must mobilize to defeat this imperialist aggression. Likewise, he has ordered the immediate deployment of the Command for the Comprehensive Defence of the Nation and the directional bodies for comprehensive defence in all states and municipalities of the country. So that statement there having come from the Venezuelan government. It was posted on their Telegram channel. It was quite a long statement, as you heard, but some interesting points there. I just want to pick up on the point where the statement said the entire country must mobilize to defeat this imperialist aggression, and the fact that it says President Maduro has ordered a state of external commotion to protect the population, just paraphrasing there. What does that mean, and what does that response look like in practice?
Yeah. Well, first of all, what it means is that the government can suspend constitutional guarantees, it can suspend freedom of expression, it can suspend freedom
I can just
of
only
association.
see this being a massive failure. Like, I don't think they have the horses to do this. They can do like brunt violence to like a massive degree, but it's not going to be successful. There's not going to have any, like, it's just going to tilt. It's just going to escalate the contradictions internally further. Like, they don't have the horses to pull this off. It's going to be a blatant, just like a blatant overreach. It's just going to be blatant imperial overreach where they have no more racetrack to give here. So I can't see how this is going to amount to anything but massive, almost immediate imperial boomerang blowback. Yeah. Think about how much it unraveled for Trump after what he did with the assassination of Soleimani. That's all just going to escalate even further here. Like, they're showing their hand because they have no more cards left to play. I'm shocked. I didn't think, like, because what they were doing was conscious incitement, and I thought it was going to be one of those things where, poking the bear until finally Venezuela was the one to do something officially, like, and this seems out of character as far as like a true a shrewd like operator, as far as like someone who wants to actually have success in their imperial venture. This is suicidal in my opinion. Like, there is no long-term benefit for like the actual Western imperial project here. This is all just going to blow back immediately, in my opinion. I could be wrong. I don't want to be wrong, but like this shit, this is so tired. They're not going to have the but conditions have changed. They can't not care. It's not fucking September 2001 anymore.
So all of the reasons that the U.S. is giving, at least officially, for this aren't the type of reasons that you can give in international law to engage in a military conflict. So it is true that what the U.S. is doing is violating all the canons of international law.
At this point, like, even if there are
it's
like
also the case
objections. I've said this even when it happened. Like, at this point, even if there are objections about the elections and things like that, who are any of these other countries to point fingers, right? Like, every other liberal democracy in the West has had massive like scandals in their elections. So like how could they somehow justify military action based on fraudulent elections? It's just absurd. Like even if it was true, which I don't think it was true, but like if you just by their logic, like who are they to fucking, like, even the people who are also like the blue anon, like liberal Democrat imperialist people who think that Trump got in power because of Putin, right? Like, they're still going to use this argument about like fake elections and Maduro being a strongman banana republic leader, when it's just like, how are you holding those two things at the same time? How are you not saying that America, and this is why I don't think this is going to work, is because like even the people who would normally fall in line are not going to, and like there is no, there's no pretext for this. Usually when you go and do something like this, you go and do it after a thing that has occurred, but there's no pretext here.
The Colombian leader says that the UN Security Council must address the aggression in Venezuela.
Yeah, this all goes back to, like, it's literally the pretext to everything, and it's just being unraveled again. Trump killed Soleimani, and then Iran retaliated and accidentally hit that Iranian airliner that killed about 100 people, including a handful of Canadians, Ukrainian Canadians, which then that spurred the quote unquote uprising that happened in Iran in early 2020, and then it all unraveled, the pandemic, and then shortly on the heels of that is like, in that escalation is immediately what led to what was the pretext for the Russia, like the Ukraine invasion. And so this is all just unraveling all of the stuff that was, people thought was somewhat resolved with these global conflicts is now just being rehashed. Very, very not good.
Okay, so right now it's 5 a.m. local time, and I don't hear planes anymore. I don't hear explosions. There are no reports of other new explosions or detonations, not in the eastern side of Caracas and in the center of Caracas or in other areas of Venezuela. There are no reports, so we cannot confirm that it's not happening, but I am not experiencing the sound of I'm not hearing the sound of planes flying over the city anymore. It all started. I started hearing the planes around 2 a.m. local time, and I heard a huge sound, a loud bang that moved all the windows, not only in my place, but around the area. And immediately after, I saw a huge smoke, a cloud of smoke, and that almost blocked the entire view, and a lot of detonations. And immediately after, a lot of people started reporting from different parts of Caracas, of the capital of Caracas, the same things that I was witnessing, the same reports, the same explosions, the same sounds of planes and helicopters flying all over the city. Now, we do know that the Venezuelan government, Nicolas Maduro, issued a statement, and the government confirmed that this attack was not only in Caracas, but in Miranda and Aragua, and also in La Guaira. So Aragua and La Guaira are very important locations in Venezuela. Military, they're very important for the military, of course, but in La Guaira, it's where the port and the airport are. And apparently there are reports of the port of Venezuela being absolutely destroyed. There are several videos shared on social media that show a very popular street in La Guaira, in the port of Venezuela, and you can see the devastation, all the building of the port of La Guaira, absolutely destroyed, in the middle of the street. I can confirm that image corresponds to La Guaira, but I cannot confirm that the extent of the devastation in the port of La Guaira. So far, we do know that several explosions and attacks happened, starting 2 a.m. Local time. And now, again, 5:10 a.m. Local time, we are not hearing the planes and not seeing the explosions anymore.
Thank you for giving us a really detailed breakdown of what the situation is in Caracas from the ground there. We know, as you said, that the Venezuelan government has announced a state of emergency. What would that look like? What form would that take? And what difference would a resident there notice?
Well, for starters, no civilian can now walk freely in the streets after this. This is state of emergency, state of commotion. It's how the government calls it. It is almost a situation where all the civil rights are extinguished. Because the government needs to take absolute control of not only the city, but the country. So we don't really know how this is going to look like starting in a few hours. But definitely people cannot leave their houses right now. People are very scared. They're very nervous. They don't know what's really happening. And even though the government confirmed that there was an attack, we don't know the extent. We don't know if there were casualties. We don't know if, for example, members of the government were attacked or affected by these strikes. We do know that some of the places, according to footage that was shared from different civilians, we know that the defense ministry was allegedly attacked. And I repeat, I say allegedly because the government has just confirmed the attack, but not specific. They didn't specify which areas were attacked or if there were casualties in those areas that were affected. So I'm assuming that in this case, the military will take over the city. But let's not forget that Nicolas Maduro has prepared civilians, militia, for this specific moment. So we don't know if Nicolas Maduro or any member of the government now is giving orders to civilian armed groups to take over the city. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if it's going to be only the military. We don't know if it's going to be the police. We have no reports from local authorities, from the municipalities that were affected. So right now, we can confirm that I am not hearing any other plane, but we don't know if the city was already taken or what is going on because the government has been quiet about the next step. So we will need to wait a couple of more hours to see how the morning will come.
And Anna, we haven't heard directly from President Maduro yet, but what I want to ask you is, given that this build-up of tension between the US and Venezuela has been taking place over the past 6 months, what was the sense of people living there? Was there a sense of fear that things might escalate, or has this airstrike action come out of the blue?
I think the latter. To be honest, let's just for a moment let's just surround the context on what just happened. So Venezuela is a country that is not used to any large armed conflict, much less a war. I think Venezuela hasn't had a war since, for 200 years now. It is true that Venezuela has had large civilian protests that the government of Nicolas Maduro immediately broke with a repression, an unprecedented repression. But there's no precedent for Venezuelans on how to react to this kind of conflict. So what we heard on different videos that were shared, and what I heard from people that were calling me after it happened, was absolute disbelief of what they were seeing. And they also were very, very scared. They were very insecure about what to do next. So they didn't know if to look for shelter, for example, or where they should stay in case the attacks were near their places. This is not a country that has been prepared whatsoever for this kind of attack. And from the government side, the Venezuelan government, especially Nicolas Maduro, has, for the last couple of months, he managed to deny that this could happen. And not only that, but he claimed that this was just a psychological war, a pressure that they were putting upon Venezuela, but nothing, not a real threat. Although the military were preparing and they were shown preparing, Nicolas Maduro in every address to the people, he said that this was not going to escalate. And we just saw him weeks ago dancing, celebrating not only the Christmas and New Year's, but before that, he was dancing. He was joyful and just repeating that the United States was just trying to get the oil and was trying to push them with psychological war. So I think not only the Venezuelans were caught off guard, but also the government.
But I can completely imagine how they were caught in real disbelief. And I think what happens now is really, the entire nation needs to sort of wake up the next morning, work out how significant this was in terms of harming those military installations, what it means, and of course, what the response is here in Washington.
We know that there are many Venezuelans who would like to see regime change. Is there a risk that this military strike that we believe to be carried out under the orders of President Trump might harden their feelings towards the US?
It could have the reverse effect that it's intended to, right? So, of course, the idea is that this would be sleek and surgical and sort of have the effect that the Trump administration would like. But it may not go that way. It could have the effect of hardening positions. It could entrench Nicolas Maduro even further in power. He is very well protected in all senses of the word, both in terms of the people around him, in terms of his own security detail, but also in terms of his military support. For many years now, I think it's been the desire of Washington to see the military sort of turn on Nicolas Maduro and somehow remove him from power, without Washington's hand being involved. That simply hasn't happened. The argument is, from Washington's point of view, that hasn't happened because they too are compromised by drug trafficking. That is part of the key allegation that Washington makes against Nicolas Maduro, that he is somehow the head of a cartel as well as the president of Venezuela. They say he's the head of the Cartel de los Soles, the cartel of the suns, a sort of shadowy organization made up of former and current military officials. The very existence of that organisation, there's a lot of cast on that by drug war experts. But there is deep collusion and involvement with this government with organised crime. Whether or not that's simply through generals on borders turning a blind eye to smuggling, whether or not it's direct involvement, there is
leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. That just come in from President Donald Trump's social media post. And of course, this is a significant development. I'll just repeat that to you because this is a significant development on the situation that we have been seeing in the past couple of hours. This development that President Donald Trump has posted on social media that the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. So that news breaking just in the past couple of minutes. A significant development. Let's discuss this further now with our correspondent, Will Grant, in Washington. Will, the first confirmation of this from the White House and a significant announcement.
Huge news for Venezuelans, for Latin America, for Washington's relationship with the Americas.
They're going to fucking Mambuho him. Fucking fuck.
When the US invasion removed Manuel Noriega from power, who was also accused by Washington of being a drug trafficking president. This is at that level. If this indeed has gone the way that Donald Trump is saying it has gone, then the capture and removal of from power of Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the First Lady Celia Flores, is nothing short of historic in terms of modern Latin American history.
They're going to fucking Maduro him.
Nicolas Maduro was the anointed successor of Hugo Chavez, the Venezuelan, the leader of the socialist revolution in Venezuela, who was thorn in Washington's side throughout his time and who came to a very early death through cancer. He chose his then foreign minister, Nicolas Maduro, to be his successor, who has proved himself to be very, very resilient in the face of pressure from Washington until, it seems, this point. And so it is extremely significant. Obviously, there is still more detail to come from that presser in Mar-a-Lago later today. But if this is, as Donald Trump has laid out on social media, that ultimately those strikes by Washington, by US military on Venezuelan military sites were part of a coordinated moment that involved the removal of Nicolas Maduro and his wife from power.
We're going to be here for a bit.
It really is a very, very significant moment for Donald Trump's administration, for the support that he will be able to bank on and his party will be able to bank on in Florida for years to come among the Venezuelan American community, the Cuban American community, and it could have major ramifications for countries like Cuba that depend so closely on Venezuela's oil to keep their revolution up and running.
Yes, this changes everything, doesn't it, Will? And particularly that line within the statement that was posted by President Trump on social media, the line that President Maduro, along with his wife, has been captured and flown out of the country. And it suggests that it was more than airstrikes, because, of course, until now, all we knew was that it seemed to be 7 locations where airstrikes were carried out. But this suggests that it was a far more complex operation than it seemed.
Absolutely. We can't know the full scale or the details of how it was done, what kind of planning would have gone on behind the scenes involving military chiefs talking to Washington, because one wonders how this may have happened, having just said that the man was very well protected by not just a sort of internal security ring, but also by his military. It has been true to this point that has kept him in power for this amount of time. In power and essentially unharmed. There have been attempts against his life, very murky ones, things of that nature. There have been major protests in which unarmed protesters have been killed by the Venezuelan armed forces. None of it has removed him from power. But Donald Trump is saying that now, not only has he been captured, he has been taken out of Venezuelan territory and is essentially in the hands of US law enforcement. Extraordinary development that I don't think anyone in Venezuela thought would happen in this way or this quickly.
And we haven't yet heard from Venezuelan authorities about this latest development. It has just come from President Trump, so we've yet to hear from officials on the Venezuelan side. What measures would President Trump have had to take in order to carry out the bombing and capturing of a leader of another country? What sort of political support and political measures would he have had to take before this?
Well, as we know, there's been a long debate about the legality and otherwise of what's been going on in the Caribbean in terms of Donald Trump's strategy towards striking the speedboats that are laden with drugs, that he says are laden with drugs, and the fact that on the very first one of those there were 2 survivors, and that was attacked with a second strike. There is a lot of questions about the legality of the entire operation. Of course, Washington says they are essentially enemy combatants, and that the entire operation, everything that's been done until this point, falls under the legality of the fight against drugs and the fight against what they call narco-terrorists. They have been placing Nicolas Maduro as an part of that same narco-terrorism that they say is in power in Venezuela. He has an indictment against him in the United States. He has a $50 million bounty on his head, more than the bounty that was on bin Laden's head. And now, of course, Donald Trump saying that it has come to pass that he has essentially been he has been taken and removed from Venezuelan soil. So exactly what Donald Trump, the steps that he would have taken to get to that point are hard to know. I assume that this would have been kept very, very close to just a handful of officials. For example, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and Marco Rubio, and a very, very small number of military chiefs beyond them. Again, it's a different administration, it's a different time, but in the Cold War example of the US invasion of Panama and the eventual removal of Manuel Noriega, the closest and most recent and most clear example of something's happening in the Americas. The only example there was, again, something that was essentially decided in a very, very small number of people and carried out to the sort of to retain that element of surprise when US forces eventually landed in Panama City and started attacking. So these are complex moments. If it has indeed gone the way as Donald Trump says, and there's no reason to expect that if he's put it out there on social media it's anything other than what is at play, then, as I say, absolutely historic, with only a handful of examples in modern Latin American history that compare to this one.
Will, thank you. Our correspondent, Will Grant, in Washington there. And if you're just joining us, remarkable events that have...
I don't know if historic and remarkable are about the right words to be using right now. Illegal, right? Like, come on.
Strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with US law enforcement. Details to follow. An incredible development in this, and one that seems to have not have been expected by Venezuelan authorities. We still don't know where President Maduro and his wife will be now. All we know from President Trump's statement is that they were captured and flown out of the country. We have not heard anything from Venezuela about that. But let's look now at who is the Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. A former bus driver and union leader, Nicolas Maduro has led Venezuela since 2013, following the death of his mentor, Hugo Chavez. In 2024, he was declared president for a third term in an election widely denounced as rigged. The opposition says its leader won that election by a landslide. Donald Trump blames Maduro for the arrival of hundreds of thousands of Venezuelan migrants into the US. 8 million people are estimated to have fled the country since 2013 due to economic crisis and repression. President Trump has also focused on fighting the influx of drugs into the US. He's alleged that Maduro is himself involved in the drug trade. Maduro denies being a cartel leader and accuses the US of using its war on drugs as an excuse to depose him and to get access to Venezuela's vast oil reserves.
President Maduro has a very small and loyal circle, immediate circle around him. You've got the defense minister, the foreign minister, individuals that are incredibly loyal and have kind of echoed the sentiment of violation towards Venezuela's sovereignty and seen any move by the US as an act of aggression and really repelled it. The military are President Maduro's greatest asset, and they have largely protected and ensured his kind of cementation in power for many years now. President Trump has alleged that Mr. Maduro heads something called the Cartel de los Soles, and that has been thought to be by many a cartel which has really got roots in the military, both former and present military officials. Now, Soles, meaning sun, is a symbol which military officials wear to show their rank. So those suns, the more suns, the larger the sun, the higher the rank. That is something that has been kind of said by the US and used as an excuse to push for more action against
the same bullshit as
himself and his
real
circle more largely. Now, this is something that the Venezuelan government has denounced, saying it doesn't even exist, and we've heard that from other countries as well. The kind of exact form, if it's true, exactly what the US says, or if it exists at all, is something that is up to debate. The truth perhaps somewhere in the middle. However, Mr. Maduro's circle is incredibly loyal.
So it appears that for now, the military action has been completed. But as I just mentioned earlier, still key questions. Do U.S. forces remain on the ground? Where do things go from here? We're really in uncharted territory, and it's also unclear who led this operation. Just a few days ago, President Trump revealed himself what we know of to be the first land strike
of democracies overwhelmingly. There are only 3 dictatorships remaining in the region, right? Those are Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua.
Oh, fuck you.
in Venezuela that he claimed was used by the cartels to transport drugs overseas. It was reported by CNN that it was the CIA that carried out that strike using a drone. And then Steve Ganyard has talked about why the CIA was used in that instance. It means the president doesn't need congressional authorization. Now what we're talking about here is an entirely different scale, a significant, a striking, stunning escalation.
But I do think that because they have Maduro, that the U.S. has done what they've needed to do. They've neutered the Venezuelan military, and they have Maduro. And so really there's not much reason for any follow-on U.S. military action. And so the fact that the U.S. has snatched Maduro, will probably put him on trial, means that this may come to an end before it escalates. So that's an optimistic look at where we are this morning, but essentially been brought down. And so this could be it in terms of what we're going to see out of military action by the U.S. for quite a while.
How involved do you see the U.S. in a new regime in Venezuela?
Well, hopefully the U.S. has learned some lessons about putting new regimes into place, and that will be up to the Venezuelan people. We know that there have been several candidates who have been Democrats, who've been likely legitimately elected, but the Maduro regime obviously stuffed the ballot boxes to make it look like Maduro was the elected representative. So I think what's most interesting here is what happens next. And whether those Democratic, at least those leaders who see just a brighter democratic future for the people of Venezuela, whether they are able to have their voices heard, and whether they are able to overthrow the yoke of the Maduro regime.
And the overthrow of the regime, many will say that this was, obviously unexpected, but certainly, way over the top than what many would predict. Do you think this was the best way of upending the Maduro regime? Well,
it's certainly the cleanest, and it means that there'll be less military action, hopefully, going forward, and that Maduro will be brought to trial for his numerous crimes.
How do you think civilians in Venezuela are seeing this move this morning?
They're probably shocked. I mean, everybody, as Matt Rivers was reporting, he's talking to people in Caracas. The people in Caracas in Venezuela certainly had a feeling that something was going to happen given the degree and the size of the U.S. military buildup in the Caribbean, but they didn't know it would be this bold, this daring. I mean, this is going to be very interesting to figure out how the U.S. Special Operations Forces went in there. How did they snatch the Maduro and his wife? How did they get the intelligence, all of the rehearsals that would have had to have gone into effect? Where did those helicopters launch from? Really just a stunning, amazingly successful, as of right now, operation by U.S. Special Operations Forces.
Very quickly, Stephen, what do you see the U.S. Congress saying, doing about this?
Well, they're not going to be happy. I'm not seeing any reports that Congress had been notified beforehand, and part of that may be that the president wanted to maintain operational security. I mean, if you're going to put Special Operations Forces on the ground in Venezuela and in Caracas, then operational security is absolutely essential here. And so maybe the notifications weren't done. The Congress is not going to be happy about that. But if this is the last of the military strikes, then maybe that it's all going to be a moot point.
Okay, Stephen Ganyard, thanks so much for all that great analysis. Again, President Trump confirming just moments ago that the U.S. launched large-scale strikes against Venezuela and that President Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of Venezuela. President Trump will be holding a news conference later today, happening at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. We're going to go ahead and return you to your regular programming.
And about this military action, the capture of the president of Venezuela and his wife. Difficult to say. Up all night, not a question maybe necessarily asked directly, but what was the overall sense in the mood? I think you also asked him what his personal reaction was to the success of this military operation.
Yeah, I mean, he sounded tired. It was around 4:30 a.m. this morning. So he sent out the True Social post announcing the mission and the capture of Maduro and his wife just after 4:20. And a few minutes later, I reached him by phone, he definitely sounded tired and, did not, as we said, really want to get into any of the specifics about the mission, but was celebrating the success of it and praising the military officials who were involved in the success of it.
Laundering international crimes.
Tyler, what else are you hearing about the process by which this operation was undertaken, the number of individuals that may have been involved, how long they were working on it, and the details that they had to consider along the way, this military operation and the decision to do so?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of details that we don't know, but we can look at over the past several months as the Trump administration has amassed an enormous amount of military capabilities in the Caribbean. We've seen the boat strikes. We've seen the seizures of oil tankers. We've seen a multi-pronged effort from the president and the administration in this pressure campaign against Maduro. And so while the specifics of this precise mission we're still learning, it's very clear that this is part of, or the culmination of, a broader strategy.
So a lot of information that is being presented as a law enforcement operation and custody. So a lot of information that is being presented as a law enforcement operation, and that the reason why Donald Trump was allowed to bomb Venezuela without any legal authority internationally or nationally was because they were protecting the U.S. personnel who were carrying out the arrest warrant on Venezuelan territory, so therefore he feels that there is a legal justification there. But that is it, according to Rubio, to Mike Lee. No further action in Venezuela now that Maduro is in U.S. custody.
I'm going to come to James for just a second, but Shihab, I'm going to stay with you for a second. Do you think that statement suggests that there's going to be a trial on U.S. territory? Is that your reading?
That's exactly what he said. Yeah, I mean, he said it's a stand trial in the United States, so that would be it. And I think, as James was suggesting there and alluding to, that raises so many difficult potential questions and so much interesting. I mean, the whole process of being able to see all the documentation and the U.S.'s contacts with various drug cartels in Latin America, and who knows what. The discovery phase will be very, very interesting, I would imagine, if this.
Well, let's talk about that with James. Stand trial. There it is, stand trial in the U.S. This is going to be unprecedented and incredibly difficult.
Yes, and it may well take a long time before he actually appears in a court. And of course, it may not go the way that the United States wants. We have, as Shihab said, there a Republican senator seemingly convinced now that this was the right thing to do. And of course that's important because MAGA had this idea of no more wars, and Trump has said he wasn't going to get involved in foreign entanglements. But of course I don't think Democratic senators are going to have necessarily the same view, and it may be in the view of US politicians legal. It's certainly not legal in view of the international law that's involved. The UN Charter makes it clear that you can only act in self-defense. Well, I don't think that there was any threat to the United States. So many questions ahead, and I think the biggest questions, even though this was not an invasion, as we said, it was simply an extraction. What is going to happen in Venezuela now? Because if Venezuela, and it's already a very, very dire situation economically, if it becomes a dire situation politically and in terms of security, if potentially units start fighting each other, if this descends into a civil war, then that is really going to hurt President Trump. Certainly my suspicion in the coming days is that an action like this, a very, very daring action by the US military, brave special forces, that is how not just President Trump but how the US media is likely to present this, is going to be popular among the American people. As it plays out, as it goes into court, as problems emerge in Venezuela, as international criticism mounts, maybe that's not how it's going to be seen in a few months' time.
Sultan, this is going to go to the UN Security Council. I mean, that's almost guaranteed. Now, this is a problem for the international community because there are no rules-based order anymore. There are no norms here anymore. We were just talking about that earlier. So what does the UN do here now? And we'll come to you. I know you were the UN correspondent. We'll come to you in just a second, but I'm interested in what Sultan has to say.
Well, there's very little that they can do at the moment because the United States is in the Security Council. They will veto whatever decision the rest can come to. But what is really worrying is the few months before the mobilization of the American forces into the Caribbean, under the leadership of Richard Grenell, who's the special envoy from the United States, the United States was negotiating with Maduro. They were negotiating about oil contracts. They were negotiating about the release of prisoners. They were negotiating about relief and sanctions that the United States has imposed on Maduro. And I think the way it has moved suddenly from mediation, negotiation to confrontation reminds us a little bit with what they've done in Iran. And that brings really bad reputation to the whole business of conflict resolution around political tables, including with the UN.
Literally.
That it appears as if that has again been used.
6 years ago today, the United States assassinated Qasem Soleimani. And 65 years ago this month, Patrice Lumumba was disappeared, transferred into the hands of his executioners, and erased from the future of his country. And today, this morning, the same exact machinery is turning again. And it's not superstition, it's not numerology, it's memory, it's institutional memory. The kind does not live, it doesn't live in like speeches or press releases, but in the doctrine of the, colonial imperial project and its habits and its precedents. And this is a signal, the January 3rd, it's a demonstration date, a reminder to the periphery, a message to elites and adversaries alike who see this and see who holds the right to decide who gets to exist, govern, and resist.
Of course, I mean that is the irony in the whole situation. This is why I think the international order is discredited globally, particularly amongst the global South. In fact, if you read what is now being reported, there are some suspicion that Israel also has a hand in what's been planned in Venezuela, and the way they're trying to link it to Iran and terrorism and so on to justify the action, it makes it very clear that this is the law for some, not for everyone.
James, you covered the UN for a very long time. Russia and China, we've just been talking about them, permanent members of the UN Security Council. What's their thinking right now in terms of what they can actually do in the Security Council?
In the Security Council, no one can do anything because it's the action of a permanent member of the Security Council. There are 5 of those. The US is one. It has a veto. That means the Security Council can talk, but there is absolutely no action that can take place, even though there is absolutely no doubt in anyone's mind that this is illegal under international law. This breaches the UN Charter. It also breaches the spirit of diplomacy. I agree with Sultan with the comparison to what we happened in June last year in Iran. Iran thought it was negotiating, and yet it was a ruse, and there was an attack by Israel, and then the US joined in. Well, Maduro has been offering to talk. He did it in an interview a few days ago. He did it in the last few hours. He said he's willing to talk, and yet the US didn't offer to talk. I think a real headache, we mentioned Russia and China, real headache now, and again, the same problem we've seen NATO and whatever. What do the US allies do? They know this is wrong. They know it breaches international law. Do they want to speak out? Question whether they will, really.
This is the only tolerable news I could find.
Because they are all terrified of the reaction of Donald Trump. And we are in an era, and Trump is pushing this, where might is right, where the 80 years of the UN Charter do not count. And as Sultan says, Russia in Ukraine and China thinking about invading Taiwan, they will be recalculating as we speak.
I mean, that's the Monroe Doctrine, right? That's the doctrine that says this is our sphere of influence. That was almost the exact same argument that Russia had. Ukraine is it within our sphere of influence. So just stay there because it's an interesting thought. I want to bring in Javier Farhe, who's a journalist and historian. He's been with us live from London. international rules-based order, has that now completely gone away with the events that have taken place right now?
But it's not the first time that the United States has broken those laws. I mean, it happened in Panama. It was mentioned in 1989. The issue is the justification that Trump gave to these actions was drug traffic led by Nicolás Maduro. Now, it's very extreme. It's going to be very difficult for Maduro to justify that in terms of for Trump to justify in terms of international law the kidnap, because that's what it was, of Nicolás Maduro, especially because the DEA report on drugs this year didn't mention Maduro at all, and the DEA is attached to the Justice Department in the United States. There's no mention of Maduro as a head of a drug gang. The UN report on drugs 2025 doesn't mention Maduro at all. And he's not part of any kind of network of drug traffickers, according to official organizations that have studied this case. So how is Trump going to justify the situation in terms of international law? Now, Maduro, regardless of what anybody can think about him, has been kidnapped. That is, there's no other way to describe what has happened in Venezuela at the moment. And as it's been mentioned before, the Security Council could endlessly discuss the whole issue, but nothing is going to happen because Trump, the United States, has veto power. So now, within the context of the drug traffic, because we know now that the drug has nothing to do with it. It's very clear now. But Steve Miller, there's an investigation by the Washington Post about the role that Stephen Miller, this far-right guru of the Trump administration, how he had to roll out an invasion of Mexico and decided to swap his interest in fighting drugs in Venezuela without any evidence that Venezuela was involved in drug traffic. So in terms of international law, Trump could say, yes, but this guy was the head of a drug gang. Yes, but how are you going to prove that? They haven't proven, for example, that the boats that they bombed were carrying drugs. They could have captured the boat, seized the cargo, arrested people, the crews there, and showed to the world that there was drug traffic. There's none of that kind of things have happened. So international law has been clearly broken here. Even critics of President Maduro, which is the case of, for example, President Petro of Colombia, whose country gets affected whatever happens in Venezuela because they share 2,200 kilometers of border, has really denounced that this is an illegal invasion, an illegal capture of Maduro. So international law has been broken, but again, they did in 1989 when they arrested General Noriega in Panama. They are done in other parts of the world. I don't think Trump will be particularly concerned about what international law means in terms of what they have done in Venezuela. The justification, again, is going to be he's a drug dealer, he's the head of a drug gang, he cannot prove it. The only source he has is the discredited former head of the intelligence services in Caracas, in Venezuela, who is in the United States, who face charges of drug trafficking.
I want to just jump in there because I want to pick you up on a point you've just made. When it comes to the region, when it comes to Latin America, Maduro was pretty isolated. Venezuela was generally quite isolated as well. Yes. Very few friends in the region. So what do you think the region is going to do next? It has to give a statement that comes normally from the Organization of American States. But we've talked about this earlier. That's not going to be a statement with any kind of teeth. But backstage, back channel diplomacy. What are people going to be what are people going to be talking about?
The right-wing governments of Latin America, Ecuador, now Chile, Uruguay, Argentina, they will applaud. There hasn't been a reaction yet. I've been checking all the media organizations in this country. There hasn't been a reaction yet, but they will probably approve the invasion. And they will repeat, because they've done that before, the mantra that Maduro was the head of a drug network. So it's going to be there's going to be a division within Latin America in relation to how they are going to react. We don't really know what they're going to need to call all the ambassadors of the OAS in Washington to get together and meet and issue a statement. It's going to take probably days until they reach something which seemingly looks like a statement which can be taken seriously. So the OAS at this moment is irrelevant in many ways. So in that respect, Latin America is divided. Had it been like 10 years ago or 20 years ago, you would have huge condemnations in Latin America because Latin America was ruled by left-wing governments in almost every country in the region. Not today. The situation has changed a lot. And Milei, for example, President Milei, Javier Milei of Argentina, he advocated an invasion of Venezuela for a long time. The new president the president-elect of Chile has been saying, yes, we agree with that. And of course, once he takes over, he will probably endorse the invasion of Venezuela or the bombing of Venezuela. So in that respect, Latin America is very divided, and it's going to be very difficult for the OAS to come up with a statement which reflects sort of the sentiments of every country in the region.
Let's bring in Ernesto Ernst here, who's an Associate Fellow for the International Security Programme at Chatham House. He joins us now from Madrid. We are talking about international rules-based order, which has been thrown out effectively by Donald Trump. We were talking about the United Nations Security Council. Clearly there will be some sort of United Nations reaction, but the US, as my colleague James pointed out, is a permanent member of the UN. So what does the UN do here? Is there anything that they can do, do you think?
Well, unfortunately, I don't think that the UN will be capable of doing anything. As you just said, the US will veto any kind of initiative, any kind of resolution against this attack on Venezuela at the UN Security Council. On the other hand, all the different agencies of the UN that are already operating in the country, they have different mandates, but they don't have any kind of mandate that could, I would say, avoid or resist an attack as the one that is already carried on by the US. So the UN has, I mean, it's almost impossible, except probably, the UN's General Secretary, the Secretary Guterres, will say something against that. Probably some other countries, and probably at the Assembly, there will be some declaration, but as we know, the Assembly has not any kind of political power to deter a country as the US to stop it.
But I wanted to ask you about the idea that we've heard this tweet now suggesting that, firstly, the trial is going to take place of Maduro on US soil, but there will be no more action on Venezuela after this. This is what Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been suggesting, but that's not going to satisfy the Organization of American States, Latin America generally, because the genie effectively is now out the box.
Well, exactly. I mean, the problem with an attack as this one is that Venezuela is really a very conflictive, I would say, country and territory in itself. We have the army that we don't know yet how the army could react, or part of the army. I mean, the U.S. has been, guessing and wanting. The idea of the Trump administration has been that some of the highest ranking of the military forces in Venezuela will react against Maduro. We don't know exactly what is going to happen now. There could be a split, for example, in the armed forces, some in favor, some against the invasion. Another possibility and another problem, I would say, not possibility, another problem is that there are weapons already in the hands of different paramilitary groups that has been by the Maduro government and Chavez before him. And you have also criminal groups organized and operating, criminal organizations operating in the country. And you have also the ELN, a political guerrilla from Colombia operating also in the country. So although it's completely different, it's very different from Iraq or from Libya. One of the problems that we have seen, some of the researchers that we work on Venezuela, is that there will be some kind, not exactly a civil war, but that could be a very high level of violence, a very high level of even of chaotic violence in the country, generating by its attack. In terms that different groups have different interests, economic interests, illicit interests, for example, on minerals or exploiting, for example, the forests in the Amazonian. and they will resist or could resist, or some of them could align with the U.S., some others could align with part of the armed forces. So the scenario is completely unpredictable, but unlikely to be peaceful, I would say.
Thank you so much. Sultan, I want to come to you. The scenario is going to be unpredictable, but unlikely peaceful. That's what we've just heard there. But there's precedent for this, isn't there? I mean, every time regime changes happen in the Middle East, where we are, it's not gone well.
No, the only time maybe it has gone relatively well is now with the Sharia in Syria that he's taken over. The United States have had to make major interventions for him to succeed. And this is why I am concerned when the US says this is the end of it and we're out now, but we've taken the president out of the country. That doesn't mean it's the end of the chaos in the country. They need now to start taking responsibility and own up to the responsibility of making this a peaceful transition. To start with, the situation, the economic situation in the country is deteriorating and has been really bad for the last few years, largely because of the sanctions the US has imposed in Venezuela. So that's one area that they need to make action. They need to think of who will take over from him, and is it really about regime change or is it about ideological change in Venezuela? Are they going to...
The thing about stuff like this is, like, empires don't just project power spatially, like, they project it temporally. They choose moments that resonate backwards and forward, moments that tell the story without having to announce it. And this date, January 3rd, is one of those moments because it says we've done this before, we can do it again, and we will decide when it's remembered as justified. And when Soleimani was killed, it was not framed as an assassination. It was framed as a necessity, as prevention, as unfortunate but responsible, a responsible act in the name of national security and international law. Right? Like, these terms are mentioned briefly and then quickly discarded and replaced by lore, right? And escalation is acknowledged, but it's just normalized and we move on. And what matters is not the legality of these things, but the demonstration of it. And the point is to show that a senior state official could be eliminated openly without a declaration of war, without consequence, and without and with applause from the centers of power. And again, it's been seen before. Again, Patrice Lumumba, 65 years ago this month, was removed, and it followed the exact same, a very similar logic. Even if the language is different, he was delegitimized first, cast as unstable, dangerous, incapable of governing. His insistence on sovereignty over resources was treated as reckless, and his refusal to be managed was framed as extremism. And by the time he disappeared, the groundwork had already been laid. The crime the crime that was committed, the narrative was already laid out for it. And what connects all of these moments is not personality or ideology. It is function. It is imperial function. Both these guys, all three of them, represented a future for their country that could not be controlled by Western interests. And they stood at the intersection of sovereignty, resourcement, and non-alignment, right? And they are all treated not as political actors to be negotiated with, but as problems to be removed. And this date, January 3rd, 2026, January 3rd, 2020, it marks the point where force stops pretending to be reactive and reveals itself as disciplinary. It is when the empire reminds the world that dialogue is conditional, sovereignty is provisional, and survival is negotiable at best. And this is not chaos. This is it's order. It's the imperial order trying to enforce its in his last dying breath, trying to reinforce its legitimacy. And so when you look at what's happening now, you can't start with these explosions in Caracas, the headlines or the clips that are going to circulate online about this operation. You got to start with a pattern that goes back 65 years. Start with the memory of that. Start with the acknowledgement that these acts they're never isolated. They're never accidental. They're never without precedent. And again, this date, January 3rd, is not about what just happened. It is about what is being signaled. And that signal here is very simple. This is how resistance is dealt with then and now. And just a treacherous development if everything that's being reported is true, which I'm still holding out hope that it's not. But man, what a way to start the year. What a way to start the year.
A slim margin. Either from the pressure of filling the shoes of the charismatic Bolivarian revolution leader, or because of a sudden steep drop in the price of oil, Venezuela's main export, Maduro's personality seemed to change dramatically. He became louder and more eccentric. As the economic crisis escalated, opponents overwhelmingly won control of the National Assembly. Opposition demonstrations were met with brutal force and the imprisonment of their leaders. Hyperinflation and acute shortages of food, medicine, and basic goods fueled a mass exodus of Venezuelans. Maduro announced he would rewrite the constitution to give himself additional powers, and he survived at least one assassination attempt. Despite pressure to ease economic sanctions if competitive opposition leaders were allowed to contest the presidency, Maduro refused. Opposition leader Maria Corina Machado was banned and chose Edmundo González Urrutia to run in her place. In July 2024, Maduro was re-elected in what were widely described as uncompetitive and non-transparent elections. The Electoral Council failed to show the tally sheets that proclaimed him the winner. A new wave of mass protests and repression began, followed by an unprecedented challenge to the president's power. Already tense tensions with Washington worsened, leading to crippling new economic and
I mean, that's kind of different.
The U.S.
than what
also
these guys
offered
were
a
just saying
$50 million reward for...
The messaging is going to be so off the wall and backwards.
But I don't know. I don't know if those are real. BNO News points out that Maduro's last public appearance was meeting with China's special envoy just hours before he was captured with the U.S. I wonder if China... I'm sure China has other views on this, but I wonder if China sees this as like an insult to them. That the U.S. just...
This fucking clown. This guy is so fucking stupid. No one is stupider than this.
Certainly, a lot of people that I've been kind of seeing and speaking to from Venezuela and outside of Venezuela, one person said to me a very interesting thing. They said, actually, it might be better the devil that you know. That we knew what Maduro was about and we knew how to deal with him. What comes next is so unknown that it's very scary. Do you share that thought?
Particularly on a personal level, I don't share it because I think what we know so far is that the Venezuelan people have been suffering for years. We've been forced to exile. We've been jailed, persecuted, killed if we speak against the government. We know that people don't have access to basic health care. So even though it is true to a certain terms that we already know what we're getting, it was not good. It was not safe. It was not basic humanitarian needs being met. So
they're just putting out all of their mouthpieces throughout the media
we already know how to manage with this government. We already know how to pay for things and whatnot. It is still not good, and I think that mentality is from people who haven't really left Venezuela, so they just kind of lingered in this place of complacement, if I could call it that, and they just kind of stay like, okay, if I don't have power for a few hours or a few days, that's okay. If I don't have water, that's okay. If I cannot access the medicine for my grandma to be okay, then that's fine. That's just the way it is. But they don't understand that their basic needs were not being met, and it doesn't have to be that complicated to kickstart your own business if you want, or go to the doctors if you need help. So I think being in the state that Venezuela...
This image appearing to show the moment it happened.
Still
The
crickets
flames
from
reeling.
Canada.
The
Amazing.
sparklers were a common occurrence at the bar, seen here in a promotional video. The 119 injured overwhelmed local hospitals, around 50 with severe burns. Parents still search for their missing. It's been 30 hours since my son disappeared, says Letitia Brodar. She is desperate to believe her.
Find out now, before our sale ends.
So much and already so weak so much because of sanctions and economic mismanagement.
Sultan, the Americans have been very clear. This is no more war in Venezuela. We've got Maduro, regime change, that's it, that's us done. But that's not Venezuela done. Venezuela is now about to go through a big change that we've seen in this region.
Nor is it full regime change either. I mean, they've taken the head of the state, but the regime is very much intact. And just to follow up on what just been said, that it could also end up that the military will take over. And that's a pattern we've seen in different countries. We've seen it in Sudan, we've seen it in Egypt, we've seen it in a few other places. And if that is the case, then the guests will be anything. Anything could happen. They may decide that they will want to continue. And the U.S. has a pattern of supporting some militaries in transitional phases. So that could also be one possibility. A lot depends on how sophisticated the planning has been to this. I mean, given the way they've extracted the president and his wife, you can only assume that they've been working on this for a long time and they have had some alternatives in place. But given our knowledge of how Trump does things, then you start thinking, well, have they really planned anything like this? Or is it just a knee-jerk reaction? It's just about publicity, it's just about immediate transaction that he's interested in. So Venezuela is in for really worrying days. And I think not just for Venezuela and the region, but globally as well.
James, we were talking about the Monroe Doctrine earlier. This is what Venezuela is always seen as the ground zero for that. But just take us through what that doctrine means, because it was always theoretical, but now it's practical.
We're bringing up a bit of ancient history, aren't we? That's what it sounds like. 1823, President James Monroe, none of us remember him very much, but he said no new colonies in Latin America, no European colonies. It was used as an excuse for intervention by the US in Latin America in the years after that. It has been, this is remarkable, as well as all the signals we got about Maduro and all the things they said about him and all the maritime operations, we got a good signal of this, actually, at the beginning of December the 4th, when they launched their National Security Strategy, the US. Again, rather an academic document, not many people read it very, very closely, but it says there was going to be a new Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. We want a hemisphere whose governments cooperate with us against narco-terrorist cartels and other transnational criminal organizations, and we will assert ourselves confidently where and when we need in the region. They did that.
That's exactly it, Sultan, right? They're doing it.
Well, it's unlikely to work because the Monroe Doctrine was effective 200 years in the imperial age when geography matters. Today, we live in a world, the geography doesn't really matter. You know, economies are connected across the globe. There are a lot of investment from various countries into Latin America and so on. So to go back to wanting to control physically a region that they define physically is a bit of a dream, I think.
Well, let's go to Colombia next. The Colombian president, Gustavo Petro, has posted a statement on X. He said, right now, they are bombing Caracas. Alert to the whole world. They have attacked Venezuela. They're bombing with missiles. The Organization of American States and the United Nations must meet immediately. Well, let's go to Alessandro Rampietti. He joins us now from Bogota. Alessandro, we've been talking to you, Al Jazeera's been talking to you throughout the night, but I don't think we've spoken to you since the news has been confirmed that Maduro has been captured. That statement from Gustavo Petro came out before this news actually broke. This must be worrying for Gustavo Petro. He has called for diplomacy, but he's in the same boat.
Further north, they hold
Vanessa Neumann. She's a former advisor to the opposition leader Juan Guaido, who now runs political risk research firm Asymmetrica. Thank you so much for joining us, Vanessa. What's your reaction to the method in which this regime change seemingly has taken place?
Well, Thank you for having me on. Really, it's the restoration of democracy, because Maduro was due to have left the presidential palace on the 10th of January of 2025, having lost a 3-1 landslide in the elections, despite the rigging, despite the disqualification of Maria Corina Machado, then her next replacement, and then her stand-in, Edmundo Gonzalez, won because Venezuelans want out from under this tyranny. So what happens next in Venezuela is really on the heads of what the people who of the Chavistas who remain, namely Delcy Rodriguez, Jorge Rodriguez, who's a sort of this chief strategist. Delcy Rodriguez is the chief financial officer, shall we say, of the regime. The head torturer and strategist is her brother Jorge, and Diosdado Cabello and Granco.
Fucking just
and if those
laundering.
people leave peacefully, as they were supposed to have done in January of last year, we really should not have civilian casualties in Venezuela. Now, the longer they try to cling to power, and when the democratic forces of Venezuela have voted them out, then this will continue to escalate and get messier. So the deaths of Venezuelans is on the heads of the Maduro's enclave.
Vanessa, you mentioned this is a restoration of democracy, but how democratic do you think it can be, or how sustainable would a democratic future there be when it has been forced by a foreign power through violence?
It has not been forced by. It's not forced by violence. First of all, this was very
What
much
do you mean?
a
How is it
capture
not?
operation, and it has played out exactly as I have said over at least my last 10 television interviews. They have taken out the command and control, the power to respond and attack United States forces without civilian casualties, or and doing everything possible to disrupt the illicit financial flows of illicit oil, narcotics, and to a lesser extent gold, and to respond. They have not attacked U.S. civilians, and the
That's not true.
Venezuelans
People have been
pleading to try and get this criminal organization out, and that's exactly what they have done. They have captured
the BBC
criminal,
is just
the head of the criminal organization, which is Maduro, and his wife, who are indicted, and their nephews have been tried in the United States for
fucking scum.
There is a lot of worry given the fact that Trump has said that Petro might be next after Maduro. They've been feuding really since the beginning of Trump's second term in office. Trump has been criticizing, for example, the Trump administration policies on immigrants, the ICE operations in the U.S. You probably remember when Trump stopped a flight with Colombian migrants being returned to Colombia, which created a major crisis. However, obviously, Colombia is a very different country from where Venezuela is at. Petro has been elected in a democratic manner. It's a democratic government. We're also in an election year here in Colombia. So there has been already a lot of talk about the U.S. and Trump in particular trying to interfering in that sense, but I don't think anybody here expect a military action inside Colombia on part of the United States. However, what just happened means we can't exclude anything, especially the possibility of an attack on criminal organizations or cocaine labs inside the country, which is something that Trump has alluded to.
Alessandro Rapienti, live for us from Bogota. Now let's bring in Shihab Ratansi, who is in Washington. Shihab, guest after guest after guest has said that this action is illegal. And then, just about 25 minutes ago, you were talking to us about the fact that there may well be a trial of Maduro in the U.S., on U.S. soil. But if it's illegal, at the very least, human rights groups are going to try and take this to court, the actual capture to court. So Trump has to deal with all of that before he can get to any kind of trial, right?
Yeah, but how often has the U.S. illegally kidnap people and put them on trial, perhaps at Guantanamo or wherever it may have been? But they are presenting this as a law enforcement operation. It's becoming very clear that the rest of the government appears to be in place. We've now heard from the vice president, who has asked for proof of life of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. They say they don't. She says they don't know where he is. Also heard from the very powerful Interior Minister, Diosdado, who interestingly also has an indictment against him on these charges of being a drug kingpin, but they didn't go for him. And we heard from the defense minister as well. So we've talked a lot about regime change, but the regime is showing it's very much still in place. And it is, clearly this was a very selective, targeted kidnap of Nicolas Maduro. It's also perhaps a sign, and we had heard rumblings of this towards the end of the year as people were looking back across the year, that there was a sense that Marina Corina Machado, for all the talk and didn't really have any kind of base, wasn't really ready as the heir apparent to just step in. That there was a sort of realization here that she wasn't a terribly serious person who would keep Venezuela together and not help it descend into all-out civil war. So you have to wonder whether a decision was made here to keep the rest of the government in place. It is striking, though, that it would appear that Maduro was, the Americans were allowed to land and snatch Maduro without any shots fired. So we have a lot of questions now as to what exactly happened and who was in on it, I guess. But Marco Rubio has just tweeted, he retweeted a tweet that he'd tweeted at the end of December. Maduro is not the president of Venezuela. His regime is not the legitimate government. Maduro is the head of the Cartel de las Solas, a narco-terror organization which has taken possession of the country, and he's under indictment for pushing drugs into the U.S. Again, I mean, most people who know anything about the Cartel de los Solas know that this is all rather a fabrication. It was, in fact, a joint CIA-Venezuela operation to try and infiltrate Colombian drug gangs. Before
it's the same thing as Al-Qaeda.
It failed spectacularly. It allowed a lot of cocaine into the U.S. So, I mean, the discovery phase of this trial, if and when it happens, will be very interesting to see what the facts really are about all this. But they're clearly sticking to this idea of a law enforcement agent operation, not calling it regime change, because that would be very, very sensitive to very key elements of Donald Trump's base. And likewise, the fact that it's not potentially a regime change operation may also be sensitive to another part of Donald Trump's base. We await Donald Trump's press conference in under 5 hours' time.
Let's talk about that press conference, because everything we've just talked about, the legality of this, the idea that there could be, challenges from human rights groups, there might not be, what the United Nations is going to do, all of this sort of stuff. Highly unlikely that any of that is going to be in the Mar-a-Lago press conference, which is about, 5 hours, 6 hours from now. Trump is just going to say, the job was brilliantly done. He's already hinted at that, right? So we're expecting a victory lap.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of the strike on Iran, where we have this explosive strike on Iran, and then Donald Trump says, "Look, mission accomplished. We did it. Now we can move back." And he was under growing pressure as to what this armada was doing in the Caribbean. And not only that, there were people who knew about the state of this armada, the state of the USS Gerald Ford, which is in desperate need of repairs. Apparently, the crew rotation of those aboard the armada of ships.
Indeed. This signals that irrespective of the internal situation of a country, governments that are not aligned with whatever the U.S. policy may be, because it must be stated once again that this so-called operation is not carried out within any international legal framework. It's not carried out after any aggressive move from a foreign country. It's just a unilateral decision from the United States because it considers that a government affects its internal, and it even has trouble explaining which is the nature of that threat to the United States. So yes, indeed, if the Latin American, unfortunately, I don't believe that will happen now, given the, I would say, polarization and disalignment of Latin American governments across the region. But yes, of course, this could happen to any other country in Latin America that doesn't just bow to whatever the conjunctural policy of the United States may be, and this is, of course, extremely dangerous and worrisome.
That's the international diplomacy side of things. I want to talk to you about Venezuela's diplomatic options. You can't take this to the UN Security Council because it was one of the permanent members of the UN Security Council that did this. So any resolution, any kind of statement from them will be vetoed by the US. So what is the international diplomatic options for Venezuela? If you were a diplomat right now, as you were, what would you be advising?
No, the reality is that this matter must be taken to the United Nations Security Council, even though, as you rightly point out, the U.S. would, of course, veto any possible resolution. But that notwithstanding, it is nevertheless a forum where the truth must be, put out. I believe that even though it doesn't have the political immediate effect, refraining or checking the United States or whichever permanent council member, it doesn't have the power to stop their actions, but it has the power to communicate across the world that there is an injustice that is being made against the country. And I think that at least that in the mid to long term matters, because you need to remember that in Latin America, the current generations, we were referring to President Petro, but also other leftist leaders in the region, in their generations, these were leaders that engaged in armed warfare. These are leaders that in their youth took arms and combated for whatever were their political beliefs. So these are not people who have come to power without knowing the hardship of struggling for their independence and their political stances. And in Latin America, there is a strong tradition of resistance. So whoever believes that Latin America would be just dominated by, I would say, a short military action is very, very ill-informed. As it has been mentioned, Colombia was suffering from political violence. Many efforts were made to stabilize Colombia, to bring peace to the region. But if the hegemon of the region shows this type of behavior, I can imagine, probably not tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but that there will be a new cycle of violence across Latin America. There is a tremendous amount of weapons, distributed in the population. There are irregular groups that have, again, had to resist through time. Colombia has experienced violence since the 1940s, and even despite the diplomatic efforts to bring peace to Colombia, peace has never been achieved. So I don't believe that military intervention will contribute in any way to bring stability. And Latin America has that peculiarity that their generation of political leaders today have experienced armed struggle in the past, and I believe that could happen again.
But Timur, you started this conversation by saying that you are a patriot and that you love your country. I presume that if this is it, if this is the only thing that the US is going to do, and it's not going to mount a full-scale invasion of Venezuela, that this might be a price worth paying to avoid mass killings of civilians that invasions inevitably always bring about. The capture of Maduro might be a price worth paying.
I respectfully disagree, no matter my own personal disagreements with President Maduro, with Nicolas Maduro, or with any other leader. I wouldn't even advocate for the removal of my worst enemies. I believe that the history has shown that foreign interventions rarely, if not ever, bring stability, that you cannot impose democracy, through weapons and military violence, that advocating again for a limited military intervention, who knows what the future will be in Venezuela. We have seen this operation. Others could happen. I have seen, at least this morning, 3 very important members of the Venezuelan government call for resistance. I don't have the elements to tell you that they will move into I would say, low intensity type of conflict. But what this shows, in my opinion, is that you can remove, yes, one of the leaders of the country. Still, Venezuela is a more complicated country. You have a large military, a large diffusion of weapons among civilian population. And as I mentioned, a history also of armed struggle. So what I'm concerned about is that this would spark a cycle of violence within Venezuela and instability that could affect the rest of the region. And any reasonable person would seek a more reasonable resolution. But again, I don't think that starting with throwing bombs on a country is in any way a reasonable or measured action.
Stay there. We will be back with you shortly, Timur, but I want to go to Javier Farhay next. Javier, it's the same question that I am going to ask you. It's the exact same one. Basically, if this is it, if this is the only thing that the US is going to do, they're going to bomb and they're going to capture the leader, then is it worth it? Is it worth it for peace long term?
Well, it's a very big question about it. I mean, a few minutes ago, the Interior Minister, Diosdado Cabello, one of the staunchest allies of President Maduro, appeared before the TV cameras dressed with full military fatigue, asking people for calm, condemning, of course, the attack by the quote-unquote invading enemy, and saying that don't make things easy for the invader by not being calm. Be calm, everything is going to be fine. Listen, Marco Rubio has said that there won't be any further military actions in Venezuela, which means that the current regime or government or whatever you want to call it is in place. They will decide who is going to succeed President Maduro. Delcy Rodriguez not long ago asked the United States to give guarantees for the safety of President Maduro. There's a bit of confusion about the situation of Maduro in Venezuela because different people are saying different things. The fact of the matter is that Marco Rubio has said that nothing will happen. So that means that what's the situation now? Is the opposition going to take over? Are they going to negotiate? President Boric, of the outgoing president of Chile, has reiterated recently in his social media account that he prefers a negotiation rather than invasion, and he's condemned the attacks. So, as it has been said before, Venezuela is a complex country. Venezuela has militias, has an army, a huge army, that's true, which they could mobilize. So an invasion by the United States would have been very, very messy. Very messy indeed. It would have been very difficult for them to control a vast country which has a coast, which has mountains, which has a very well organized structure of defense. I mean, as I said to you before when we started this coverage a long time ago, actually, I visited a barracks in 2017 when I was an observer for local elections there, a barracks in the Lara state, with the north, an hour flight from Caracas, and there was already in place a very well-established structure of defense there. So that means that an invasion would have been very messy. Was it worth it? I mean, looks like the government or whatever remains of the government is still in place. The only person who's out of the government is President Maduro. Delcy Rodriguez should take over as president according to the constitution, and all the charges, all the people who are in charge there, like Vladimir Padrino, they're all in place. Nothing has changed.
But Javier, they are in place, and there is a constitution that allows for Rodriguez to take over. But we've seen this time and time again. Personal interests come into play, advantages come into play, the military comes into play perhaps. The military is going to try and take over. The future is, in the immediate future, is completely unknown. In your opinion, the constitution ironclad enough to make this seamless?
Yes. I mean, look, listen, if Marco Rubio says there will not be further actions in Venezuela, that means that the attack in Venezuela is over, it's finished, they got Maduro, that's it. Then power is still in the hands of the Chavistas. Power is in the hands of the people who have been running the country for the last 27 years. So how are they going to deal with that? It would be, in a very ironic way, easy for them to deal with things because they can put Delcy Rodriguez as president because Maduro is no longer available. But also, alliance between the army and the political system in Venezuela is very strong. As I said before, the armed forces in Venezuela are the most politicized forces in Latin America. Hugo Chavez made the armed forces part of his political project. They are very politicized. I've spoken to generals in the past, and they talk about politics like any other politician in any country in the world. So they are very much behind the project of the Bolivarian revolution, as they call it. So everything seems to be in place to replace Maduro.
But Javier, you just said, and this is a very interesting point that you've just made. You've just said, look, the constitution is ironclad. It's in place. Rodriguez can take into power. He can put in all his people. But, you know, they are Chavistas, as you say. Now, that's not going to fly with the US. They just got rid of Maduro. They don't want Maduro 2.0. So we're going to get back to this at some point.
Well, unless Marco Rubio is lying, looks like this is the end of these operations in Venezuela. I mean, that's what Marco Rubio says, unless, of course, we know that they're very economical with the truth in the Trump administration. But, I mean, if now there hasn't been any announcement. Now, we know that before this happened, some months ago, Maria Corina Machado, the leader of the opposition, was in talks with people in the Trump administration. They even published a photo of a video conference between her and members of the Trump administration. So I don't know whether the opposition would have been informed of this. Probably they would have been informed, probably. But what now? Are they going to take over? Is the United States going to press the new government in Venezuela to have a transition towards a new, more democratic government? Is there going to be new elections? Are they going to stall what they consider the elected president? Nobody knows. All we know so far is that Marco Rubio has said that there won't be any further military operations in Venezuela. And everything is in the hands of the current government in Venezuela. So what is your position now?
Well, I want to come to Sultan Barakat, who's been with us. You've been patiently sitting there listening to our guests talk about a variety of things. I did that deliberately because I wanted to get your reaction to those things. Now, the first reaction I want to get is what Javier was just saying. Javier was just saying that if we take Marco Rubio at his face, that this is it and nothing else is going to happen, then perhaps that's a good thing for Venezuela. But this administration is unpredictable.
Yes, well, I don't think it will be sufficient, really, for Venezuela to have a peaceful transition. If the regime continues as it is today, the United States has got to change its position vis-a-vis the regime and its ideology. They have got to cross the line from seeing them as the enemy to seeing them as the friend of stability in Venezuela. And for that to happen, there's a lot of mental change that's got to happen within the administration in the US, particularly amongst Rubio, I think, and other Latin American politicians from Latin American roots. They need to accept that this is what Venezuela stands for.
Right, yeah.
Because otherwise, what made Venezuela in this difficult position are the sanctions that the United States imposes, both on its export of oil, but a lot of the technology, the huge inflation the country suffers from is not simply self-inflicted, although there has been a lot of corruption and so on. So the U.S. may decide not to take any further action, but they will be needed to take a huge economic and political action in support of the government in order to have a stable transition.
Hold that thought. Now, the military assault on parts of Venezuela is the latest in a century-long list of U.S. interventions in Latin America. Mariana Sanchez takes a look back.
It is a common saying that Latin America is the United States' backyard. One, however, with a wealth of interest for the powerful northern neighbor. For more than a century, the U.S. profited from the sugar and fruit trades and other commodities in Latin America. By 1920, it's estimated that the U.S. had 1/3 of its worldwide investments in this region, and the Monroe Doctrine poised to defend it with military interventions, occupations, and regime change agendas. Military invasions in Cuba, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Nicaragua seemed a prequel to the following decades. Then the Cold War brought about a new discourse. A series of Marxist insurgencies flourished, inspired by Fidel Castro's revolution in Cuba. Throughout Latin America, leftists took power. The U.S. backed right-wing dictatorships in South America with covert operations, military tactical training, and financial support to silence those on the left. Operation Condor left thousands dead and disappeared during the repression or dirty war.
With Reagan, an argument emerged as to why it was morally permissible to support repressive anti-communist dictatorships. It said right-wing dictatorships are temporary instrumental dictatorships. On the other hand, communist regimes would be virtually immovable once established. So it was better to have a period of right-wing regimes which would also be US allies, as opposed to left-wing dictatorships that would most likely remain in power without any US influence whatsoever.
The defense of freedom and democracy were reasons the US used for its military occupations in Panama and Grenada. The rise of a socialist movement with Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez and his allies in Bolivia, Brazil and Ecuador also saw China's growing influence in the region. Analysts say what the US wants now is to prevent any extra-regional powers' influence growing.
What has been a constant for more than a century in US foreign policy toward Latin America is to ensure that it is not used by any extra-regional power against US interests. That was first the European monarchies, then Soviet communism, and now Chinese capitalism.
President Donald Trump says he authorized covert CIA actions in Venezuela, looking for ways to undercut Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro's regime from the inside. Some analysts say drug trafficking from Venezuela to the U.S. may not be the only reason for Trump ordering a military buildup in the Caribbean. Recent amphibious assault drills are part of a broad troop deployment in Puerto Rico. Once again, U.S. assets in the Caribbean on show in a display of military might and overt political pressure. Mariana Sanchez, Al Jazeera.
That was Mariana Sanchez taking us through 100 years of U.S. intervention in Latin America. Sultan, one of the key quotes in that report that you just heard was, America wants this place, Latin America, to be within its sphere of influence, to have no other country have any influence at all. Now, the Chinese have had a positive influence in Latin America. Yeah. Chinese go in, they build infrastructure, roads, trains. That's their foreign policy. That is completely legitimate for a country like Venezuela, like Nicaragua, like Paraguay, to say, yes, come in, help us build our infrastructure. Why is that so threatening to the U.S.?
Well, it's threatening because they fear any advances for China, physical advances in the region. But I think they need to realize that the world has moved on since that doctrine was first introduced. We now rely on each other in a global economy. And the network is way beyond the ability of any country to curtail it or to decide this is my area of influence. It is maybe what they have in mind, really. Again, we go back to the issue of oil. That is what they are most worried about. They understand that Venezuela has the largest reserve of oil in the world, and they want this to be guaranteed for the United States and only the United States, and they will take it at the price they require it and when they need it.
But just 24 hours ago, Sultan, remember that Maduro said, we can do a deal on oil. If it's about the oil, we can do something about that.
Well, they've been talking to him for some time, I think, and this is what I was again saying earlier, that it is concerning that the mediation may be abused. The process of mediation, this track 2 diplomacy, has been abused in a way to make him feel relaxed, similar to what happened with the Iranians when they were negotiating over the nuclear deal. Those nations, they understand the power of the United States, and they would like to reach a political solution, if at all possible, but they don't want to do it at any price. People have now, education has moved in, they have greater recognition of the opportunities globally, and they want to have access to the global market as a whole.
But this is the thing, if you've got access to the global market, if the world is working as it should, then America should be part of that. But we have an incredibly unpredictable US president who not only pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal first time around, but then ripped it up completely second time around. There is an argument to be made that Biden should have done more, but that's a whole other story. So you've got this idea that there is no trust with the US anymore. What you're suggesting is that the US needs to get back to that trust, but this is not a president that's going to do that.
Well, he needs to go back to that trust, not only with the rest of the world, but with the states within the United States. I mean, he's used the same threats of regime change, if you like, within states in the United States. He threatened California, threatened other states that disagreed with him. And that is not the way the world is moving forward. I think more and more space for dialogue is needed, and we hope that this is just a trend, that it won't be long-lived and won't affect the United States long-term.
Well, let's go to Montevideo now. Tamir Porras is a former Venezuelan diplomat. Tamir, the question I want to ask you is about trust. Now, Tamir, we're just going to bring you up. Can you hear me? There you are.
Can.
There
yes.
you go. Okay, great. There you are. This is about trust now. You have the trust has been broken with the US in our region where we are in the Middle East. It's been broken in Latin America for decades. You've got to take Donald Trump at at face value of what he says. So what is Venezuela going to be looking for post?
Well, again, reflecting on what has been said before, trusting a Secretary of State on military actions, coming from the U.S., we have seen in the past U.S. administrations invoke any argument to justify an invasion, even though those arguments have been proven false. In the case of Latin America, of course, when we are speaking about trust, that trust has never really existed, to be honest. Since the onset of the modern republics in the region, which, by the way, go as far as the early 19th century, relations between the United States and Latin America have always been tense. And the reason why there has been peace around the region has been because the Latin American societies somehow have tried to build their own path, their own institutions, and remained harmless militarily towards the United States. It has always been, the willingness of the United States to impose their model upon Latin America, and it has always been the United States the factor of destabilization of the region, just because, their vision of the region, as it has been explained through the Monroe Doctrine, America for the Americans. When they say America for the Americans, they don't speak only about the United States, they speak about what they call the Western Hemisphere, meaning the American continent. And they see any non-compliance with their own political decisions as a defiance. And this is the source of tensions in the region. So this is why it is so important to insist on the existence of a world order that is regulated by law. Some say by norms. I prefer the idea of international law prevailing, because countries like Venezuela, as it has been shown, cannot face militarily with their regular forces, if you will, a unilateral decision from a government like the United States to go and impose this type of Western type of military interventions to just impose their will. Is that will, align with values? Is the leader they're removing good or bad? That is a matter of debate, but that doesn't give the right to the United States government to go in and impose their willingness. The fact is that they do. And what I'm concerned, once again, is that in the long term, this will not facilitate the relation between the two regions. It will destabilize the Colombian-Venezuelan area, where, again, violence has been endemic for decades. And I fear that a resurgence of this type of irregular violence, which is the only way, a weaker country can face a hegemon, will resurge, and it will be very difficult then to condemn or to call for those groups to disarm if anyone not aligning with the United States policy is subject to removal. in the way that we have seen it this night.
We've been talking about the big picture for a very long time now, but obviously this is about the people, the Venezuelan people, who are now waking up to this news. Now, Venezuelans living in Spain have reacted to the explosions in Caracas. In Madrid, members of the Venezuelan community say they worried about their family back home, but they are hopeful of what they see that might be possible change.
Nervous but happy at the same time about what is happening. All Venezuelans want freedom, and although what people are going through in Caracas is tough,
The
I
messaging
believe that
on this
beyond
channel
that there
is
is a
just
light that will
completely
lead us to freedom.
incoherent. They're just like, we're going to get it to give you
Because
some
we
Western
have been
propaganda,
waiting for
so
years and never believed it would happen. At least I was one of those who didn't believe it.
It was bound to happen. Perhaps for many people it's not the most ideal or correct way. The peaceful route is best, but unfortunately, the regime we have there in Venezuela said many times that they would not give up peacefully, that they would rather die than relinquish the power. The United States always warned that there could be an intervention that could help us. The time has come and we must celebrate, because they are helping us to escape from all this tyranny.
See, like, it's just a myth. Like, the tyranny is a myth. And it's literally the exact same thing. It's the same thing that I was saying about a second. It comes from the same prototype, the same playbook as the Patrice Lumumba playbook, literally to the T. It first comes with delegitimization, dehumanization, framing somebody as being unstable, too emotional, too radical, not ready, not being able to lead, not saying that they're wrong, but saying that they're reckless. And this distinction matters because recklessness implies irresponsibility, not principle. It turns resistance, principled resistance into immaturity. And then after that, the next process is isolation. Allies are pursued, support becomes evaporated, and the same people who had just recognized your independence suddenly discover concerns with your leadership. It's concerns about order, concerns about stability, concerns about whether you can govern. Then comes the removal. And it's not through war, but through bureaucracy, through arrest in the middle of the night, through temporary measures, through the quiet language of management. And Patrice Lumumba was detained, transferred, handed off, and everybody involved could later say that they didn't technically pull the trigger, but by the time he was executed, the decision had already been made elsewhere. And that's the part that people get wrong, is because Patrice Lumumba wasn't killed because of something he did in a moment of crisis. He was killed because he offered an example. He was killed because of what he represented. He represented a possibility that a post-colonial country could actually gain its sovereignty, that it could control its own resources, that it could say no to Western capital and survive. And that was unacceptable. And that's what they did to him. And this is what they're doing to Maduro today, And so Lumumba was neutralized, not as a threat, but as a precedent that needed to be snuffed out. And that's the key line, is because he wasn't executed for what he did. He was executed for what he made possible. And once you understand that, a lot of history snaps into focus pretty quickly, because the message that's sent by Patrice Lumumba's assassination wasn't just to the Congo. It wasn't just to the global south. It was to the world. And it sent every newly independent country watching and said, hey, you can have independence, but only the cosmetic version. You can raise your flag, you can sing your anthem, but the moment you try to control your own wealth, you become a problem. And this is how problems get handled. And this is why Patrice Lumumba matters in this moment, and why I'm going to keep bringing it up throughout the entire time I'm streaming here, not because it's some tragic, resemblance, right? Because it is, but it's also because it worked. The Congo didn't become sovereign. It became fragmented, exploited, and permanently unstable, to the point where we're still seeing it being completely destroyed today because of the consequences of those actions. Western access to resource continued. Responsibility for what had been done was diffused. Nobody ever went to jail. And from the Western Empire point of view, the operation was a riveting success. And that's the part that people don't like to say out loud, is that, Patrice Lumumba is the original post-colonial execution because it's established the playbook. A legitimate leader, resource sovereignty, non-alignment, slow delegitimization, slow dehumanization, legal removal, and then a quiet killing in the cold of night. And the regret and the clarity all comes later. And but no accountability, just accountability brushed off in the wind. And those sequences, those playbooks, those prototypes, they don't disappear, they just evolve. And bullets get replaced with sanctions and much more incentives and things like that. It doesn't always have to be, they find new ways for carrots and sticks over time. And bullets get replaced with other modes of operation, and handoffs such as the one that Lumumba had, get replaced with criminal indictments like what Maduro is going to face now. And executions like his got stretched out over years instead of minutes, but the logic stays the same, which is why it's not just history, because it is 65 years this month, but it's a template, I can't say it enough, but there's so much on that thread right here. It's just wild and unprecedented.
And his wife, and flown them both out of the country. It follows a large military assault on parts of the Venezuelan capital, Caracas, and other regions. Here's what we know. Just hours ago, several powerful explosions shook Caracas, with reports of low-flying aircraft seen in the sky. Explosions have also been confirmed in the southern regions, near a prominent military base, and several airports were attacked. The Venezuelan government accused the U.S. of targeting both military and civilian buildings across various states. The Venezuelan defense minister strongly rejects the presence of foreign troops, warning the country would resist any foreign intervention. With Maduro now captured, Teresa Bo takes a look at his political career.
Nicolás Maduro started out as a bus driver and union leader, but his left-wing activism soon drew him close to his mentor, former Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez. Maduro rose quickly through the political ranks, first to President of the National Assembly and then to Foreign Minister. Unlike the fiery Chavez, Maduro earned a reputation for being more diplomatic and conciliatory. What he lacked in academic skills, he made up for with mild manners, while rarely leaving the side of the popular president. But all that changed when Chavez became gravely ill with cancer, and Maduro was thrust into the role of head of the Council of Ministers. Shortly before dying in 2013, Chavez made it clear that Maduro was his chosen successor, and he was elected president by a slim margin. Either from the pressure of filling the shoes of the charismatic Bolivarian revolution leader, or because of a sudden steep drop in the price of oil, Venezuela's main export, Maduro's personality seemed to change dramatically. He became louder and more eccentric. As the economic crisis escalated, opponents overwhelmingly won control of the National Assembly. Opposition demonstrations were met with brutal force and the imprisonment of their leaders. Hyperinflation and acute shortages of food, medicine, and basic goods fueled a mass exodus of Venezuelans. Maduro announced he would rewrite the constitution to give himself additional powers, and he survived at least one assassination attempt. Despite pressure to ease economic sanctions if competitive opposition leaders were allowed to contest the presidency, Maduro refused. Opposition leader Maria Corina Machado was banned and chose Edmundo González Urrutia to run in her place. In July 2024, Maduro was re-elected in what were widely described as uncompetitive and non-transparent elections. The Electoral Council failed to show the tally sheets that proclaimed him the winner. A new wave of mass protests and repression began, followed by an unprecedented challenge to the president's power. Already tense tensions with Washington worsened, leading to crippling new economic and diplomatic sanctions. The U.S. also offered a $50 million reward for information that led to Maduro's detention. President Donald Trump accused him of being a narco-terrorist and deployed warships and fighter jets in the Caribbean, attacking boats allegedly transporting drugs to the U.S. Maduro denounced the U.S. strikes and resisted all calls to step down.
Now let's bring in Shihab Ratansi, who's in Washington. Shihab, let's do a recap. Begin with the news breaking and tell us where we got to right now.
Well, we first heard about this from a Truth Social post from Donald Trump. He wrote that the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, President Nicolas Maduro, who has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. This operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement. Details to follow. There will be a news conference today at 11 a.m. local at Mar-a-Lago. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 4 hours' time. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So that raised a number of questions, some of them raised by Republican senator, at least one Republican senator, Mike Lee of Utah, questioned whether this was at all legal. And almost immediately he received a phone call from Secretary of State and National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, assuring him that that was it. This is all over. That this is the tweet from Mike Lee a few hours later. He informed me that Nicolas Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the U.S. and that the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrants. This action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. And then he added that the Rubio told him that that was the end of the military action in Venezuela. So many questions, clearly. We did actually see, though, key members of the Venezuelan government then on television and on social media. First, the vice president, who called for proof of life of Nicolas Maduro and his wife. She said they didn't know where he was. But then we also saw Diosdado Cabello, who's a very key figure in the administration, the interior minister, very powerful, also has an indictment against him from the U.S. for alleged drug trafficking. They didn't go after him. Very interesting. But the fact that he's there and the defense minister and the vice president suggests this is an operation simply for Nicolas Maduro. This wasn't, at least for now, an attempt to try and install Marina Corina Machado, perhaps, and we had heard in recent weeks there was a realization, frankly, that she didn't have any base, and it could lead to utter chaos, even more chaos than may transpire in Venezuela after this operation. So it would appear then that the government of Venezuela remains intact, other than Nicolas Maduro, that this was a limited operation, and that the U.S. will now present it as a law enforcement operation. So that will succeed potentially in quelling the uproar that would have been likely if there had been another all-out regime change war, an endless war in Venezuela mounted by Donald Trump in Venezuela, because that was one of the things that he'd campaigned on. No more regime change operations, no more endless war. However, it does also raise questions about the other side of his coalition who do want regime change. So that, it's not actually necessarily all sorted out neatly with a bow for Donald Trump either, but we await his press conference.
But it does beg the question, if there's a court case in the U.S. eventually, then that's a whole other set of problems for Donald Trump, because it's not guaranteed that the United States wins that court case.
Yeah, but who knows where Donald Trump will be by then? These things could take a very, very long time. The discovery phase of this will be very interesting, because, most observers of the narco-trafficking context of Latin America see no evidence whatsoever, really, that Nicolas Maduro is in charge of a cartel of the Suns. Cartel of the Suns was, in fact, a CIA operation that was mounted before Hugo Chavez, Nicolas Maduro's predecessor, took power, where they tried to infiltrate Colombian gangs using a U.S.-friendly Venezuelan government. It was a terrible failure. Lots of cocaine went into the U.S. as a result. But I don't think that's really his concern. I think maybe he's looking for, this is the way. This is now his way of saying, look, mission accomplished. We're done. We don't know what the end goal will be now for Donald Trump, whether this is it or whether there'll be more to come. But for now, at least, Marco Rubio said that the military the military action is over. We'll have to see what happens to the blockade and other elements of this. We do know that the military forces of the U.S. are very stretched thin now in the Caribbean, and the USS Gerald Ford is in deep need of repairs, and the crews and personnel, the military personnel there, are in need of some sort of crew rotation.
Shihab Ratanzi there from Washington, D.C. Now we go back to Paul Dobson, who's a journalist and political analyst. He's in Merida in Venezuela. You're waking up to all of this news. When it comes to Nicolas Maduro, we've had guest after guest from inside Venezuela and outside Venezuela suggesting that actually things were pretty bad in Venezuela when it came to isolation, when it came to sanctions, when it came to poverty, fuel shortages, food shortages, medicine shortages. So a lot of people suggesting that there is a silver lining to all of this. A lot of other people suggesting, well, maybe it's better the devil that you know. So where do you fall on that side of the debate?
Well, I think both sides, in essence, have some sense of justification. Here in Venezuela, it's impossible to turn a blind eye to the economic turn of this current government, or the outgoing government. I'm not quite sure how to describe it now. But when you look at minimum wages at less than monthly minimum wages at less than $1 a month, when you look at health and safety in the workplace being rolled back, when you look at 85% dollarization of the economy, when you look at all of these issues combined, you look at poverty going up, you look at the basic family food basket estimated somewhere around $600 to $700 a month compared to wages, you look at people having to work 3, 4, 5 jobs just to put a plate of food for their children at the end of the day. When we look at all of this, it's impossible to not understand, to some extent, the disenchantment with the current Maduro government. And when we add in the rollbacks of its predecessors' policies, so Hugo Chavez nationalized great sectors of the economy and Maduro privatized the same sectors. Hugo Chavez handed out land to the small peasants working it, and Maduro returned it to the large landowners, for example. So this has to be understood. And this, I think, is one of the main reasons that great sectors of the Venezuelan population today, while opposing the foreign attacks on the country, the violations of our sovereignty, the illegal actions of the US government, without a doubt, will also be very hesitant about joining a rallying cry for this current government and backing the reinstatement of it, due to the fact that they have been living in extremely difficult conditions created by this government over the last 2 to 3 years.
Paul Dobson, thank you very much. Let's bring in Sultan Barak. You know, Donald Trump is going to take a victory lap in probably about 3 hours' time when he gives his speech at Mar-a-Lago. He won't be talking about the illegality of capturing a foreign leader on foreign soil, a military action that didn't go through Congress. He's not going to be talking about all of the details. He's not going to be talking about the international community and their reaction. That falls for us to talk about. And the question that I have for you is, what does the international community do to put pressure on the US to make sure that this doesn't happen again? Is there a effective forum? We talked about the UN Security Council earlier, but is that it?
No, there's no one single effective forum, but there are lobbies and groups that will be extremely concerned. To start, for example, Europe. Europe has not forgotten what happened in Libya as a result of the failed attempt of regime change and the chaos that created. They lost their supplies to energy that were there and stable. They've started to have to deal with migration, refugees, crime, drugs, etc. So they will be extremely concerned, and we'll try to explain to the United States that if you break it, you need to fix it. You can't just decide that I will bomb, take the president out, and we have nothing to do with it. It's really your problem now, you need to fix it. And the other, I think, area of concern for the Europeans will be an eye on Russia. that this is actually the argument that Russia has been making for the last few decades, that this is our neighborhood. We do not want NATO to come into our sphere of influence. You must respect that this is where we are, etc., etc. And now he's giving them the full justification. He's giving Putin the clear bill that all what you've done was fine, and it could actually be interpreted in legal terms. And this of concern to the Europeans. And then I think the other region will be concerned is China and the Southeast Asia. China is being pushed. They were pushed in Iran, and they were getting a lot of supplies from Iran. Now Venezuela, Nigeria. It's clear to them, I think, that this action fits within a pattern of trying to make it more and more difficult for Chinese economy locally and globally. And at the same time, it gives them again the green light to think of Taiwan as a legitimate move, that if they decide to do the same as smartly as the Americans have done it, then why not? They should have the possibility.
Really is a very interesting conversation. We're going to keep it going with Tamir, who is a former Venezuelan diplomat. He's in Montevideo. We are talking about this idea that, countries are sovereign. They can do deals with anybody that they want to do deals with. They can have diplomatic relations with anybody that they want to do deals in. Not so, says the US. Now, if you broke it, you bought it. That's what Sultan said. It's a very famous quote from Colin Powell, the former US diplomat. Is there a positive US role after Maduro that you can see in Venezuela?
Again, I believe that, as you mentioned, countries are in theory sovereign. That is one of the great questions of our time. A while ago in the show, the issue, for instance, of sanctions was mentioned. Sanctions, in principle, legal sanctions under international law are decided by the United Nations Security Council. What we know as sanctions, these OFAC designations that are issued by the United States, are unilateral decisions that, for instance, prevent a country from transacting with other countries because the international financial system is not international, is US-based. Everyone who is performing a trade transaction throughout the world has to go through the US-based financial system. So the challenge for exercising sovereignty, in a way, is that we do not have the infrastructure to support it. So all those claims about sovereignty are somehow relative if your country doesn't have the means to impose its will on the international arena. So I see a very, very difficult for a country that has the power that the United States has, that has decided that its internal legislation is sufficient to justify foreign policy actions. We have seen Secretary Rubio invoke the designation of the government of Venezuela as a narco-terrorist organization. That is a decision from the United States government. It doesn't have a basis on international law. The fact that there is a search warrant, again, this is an internal decision from the United States. So the problem when you have that approach to the international relations is that the rest of the world has to navigate through your rules, through your own organization, and just hope for the best.
But
so you need to somehow want to have a United States that decides on its own merits.
But could that backfire?
Really have seen that at play.
But can that backfire? You talk about this, and the United States that needs to engage. But there is a chance here that Venezuela falls to pieces politically, at least becomes even more divided than it already is. And there's a faction that goes to Russia, and there's a faction that goes to China. And then all of this becomes worse than it was under Maduro.
Well, there is indeed, of course, a risk of fragmentation, of further fragmentation of Venezuelan society, because you have not solved it. It would be an illusion to imagine that Venezuelans' problems are summarized in, President Maduro or Nicolas Maduro, that there is just one person that justifies the fact that this is a very polarized society for at least 3 decades. So you have solved no problem whatsoever. What you have shown is just, again, how unilateral action can, yes, dramatically change the course of a country, but who knows what lies ahead. And again, this is almost an invitation. People are surprised, and I'm myself also shocked by the ease of this operation and how little resistance there was on the Venezuelan side. Well, the fact of the matter is that Venezuela would not have the military power to oppose the United States, but this is almost an invitation. If people are talking about non-proliferation, this is almost a signal that the only way to ensure your sovereignty is having a weapon of mass destruction, having a deterrent that prevents a power from imposing its will. So how can you build a peaceful world on those bases? This is also an invitation to powers like China or Russia, and in the case of China, for instance, that has exercised great economic and commercial power around the world, but that has not engaged in, I would say, a geopolitical military deployment as the United States has made in the past. So what if China now decides to be more assertive and to secure its own geopolitical interests through the building of military capabilities? How can that be a guarantee of a peaceful world? So I think this is a very worrying sign beyond Venezuela, beyond the opinion one can have of the Venezuelan government. And it signals once again that we're in a very, very unstable and dangerous world today.
Sultan, I want to pick that up with you. Is there an opportunity for China and Russia here to say, actually, the world has been shocked by this particular event, the capture of Maduro. We have influence in Latin America. It's time for us to really ratchet that up with the people that are sympathetic to us. Is there
They
an
could
opportunity?
do it if they had any fucking will.
There is one, but I think they have other priorities at the moment. I think for them, Latin America is important, but it's not as important as other regional issues.
Yep.
So if I were to bet on it, I think they will take their move regionally.
Yep.
They will reassert
sad
themselves,
reality
and they
of
will
it.
probably copycat
would love
what
to
the
be
Americans
made-
are doing and use
I would
it
love
as
to
a
be
precedent
surprised.
for justifying that regional powers require regional control and approach it from this point. Yeah.
Top-down structural changes take centuries, decades, and in the world we live in now, like the top-down structures that want to change things can only do so much. It needs to be like the conditions can be made, but it's ultimately up to us. It's up to the people who are fed up to actually do something about it, because like the powers that be, even the ones who we think are on our side, are still in it. They still, their own power means more and always will. And eventually conditions will change where the moment will come, but I don't think any of us will be alive when that happens. I think the project will still be going, but like, if you want immediacy, strap in, essentially.
Alan, but I just want to bring you something that I've just heard. Attorney General Bondi says that Maduro has been indicted in New York's Southern District. We were just talking about there, Alan, about court cases, potential court cases. What does this mean? Break it down for us for people who don't understand the American political judicial system.
But is he going to be tried in the same?
These charges go back to 2020 when they were initially raised in court, and there was a grand jury. So
Luigi
a group
and
of
P.
people
Diddy?
said that there was enough evidence to go forward with the indictment, and Maduro was then indicted on drug smuggling, money laundering, and also corruption charges. Now, obviously, they couldn't get him out of the country at that point. They refused to send him back. They didn't recognise the legitimacy of the US court. This will take some time to go through, because you can imagine that there are going to be many, many legal arguments, and this may not happen within the next 2-3 years. This may not happen during Donald Trump's time in office. They will try to speed things up, but you've got to be seen to be given everyone due process. So Donald Trump really doesn't care about what happens next. What he's done now is what he said he was going to do. He was going to remove Maduro. And this is all part of the US policy of making sure that they have control over the Western Hemisphere. It was a big change in foreign policy for the Trump government to say, we don't care about traditional alliances. We're not that worried about Europe. We think they're old-fashioned, that they're too woke, that we're not going to get in bed with them. We will look after our own backyard and our sphere of influence, which, of course, Venezuela very much comes under. And this is, from the America First president, about the Americas first. And he sees this as a big win for MAGA because he is delivering on what he said. It's a victory for him. And this really goes to the heart of MAGA. This isn't about worrying about other events. This is, in his view, protecting America. And that means he did his job. And MAGA should be very pleased with that. And from just looking on social media in the last couple of hours, they are.
Let us speak now to Vanessa Neumann, who's a former Venezuelan diplomat and the founder of Asymmetrica, which is a defence technology advisory. Joins us now from Oxfordshire in the United Kingdom. Welcome, Vanessa. First of all, did you see this coming?
Thank you so much for having me on. Well, yes. I mean, I was woken up actually by someone in the Foreign Office. Called me very early this morning and said, I watched what's unfolding. I didn't know it was going to be specifically last night, but it has unfolded exactly as I have been discussing in my various interviews since the military buildup off the coast of Venezuela. They have done exactly that, done a decapitation strike, sent in to take out the leadership and disabled the command and control, and particularly the command and control for the support of Maduro and the repression within Venezuela and their ability to respond. It's exactly what I have been saying in various interviews. So yes, I did see it coming.
Okay, so a decapitation strike, as you put it, that's taken out the leadership, but only the very top level of the leadership. And the noises are that this is it, that Maduro being extracted from power was the goal, and that's the end of it, according to Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State. Anyway, but would you anticipate any further US action? There is
a risk of escalation within the US, and if there is an escalation, the blood of Venezuelans will be on the hands of the Maduro regime. The Maduro regime was voted out in 2024, and Maduro should have relinquished the presidential palace on the 10th of January of 2025. It is now nearly a year later, and they refuse to leave. And therefore, if Delcy Rodriguez, Diosdado Cabello, and Coronel Granco, who's in charge of the military counterintelligence and therefore the torture machinery, remain and cling to power, then we might see an escalation. And particularly if there is further repression or arms against the Venezuelan people, we could see an escalation from the United States. So really, if the Maduristas want to present themselves as defending their people, they should leave.
So what do you think is going to happen? Is the vice president just going to assume control? And wouldn't that just mean that the Maduro project just continues?
Well, I don't think she'll be able to hang on for long. Delcy Rodriguez is very intelligent, highly educated, speaks English and French, and she was, in fact, the person who negotiated the finances, the illicit finances that supported the Maduro regime, and in fact also managed the bankers and the bondholders that put pressure on London and Washington, D.C. to prevent an intervention in Venezuela and in support of Maduro. So she's very, very intelligent, but she's not a military commander. And the military commander that she would basically, I would anticipate, would have to hand over the reins to Dios, who basically is a military commander. He is part of one of the capo of Cartel de los Soles. He is also wanted by the United States government and has a capture order on him. So he would be next in line. Now, he would have to command the troops. The troops are, of course, in disarray, having had their military facilities bombed. So it will be hard for them to cling to power. But those would be the three people: Delcy Rodriguez, her brother Jorge, who's a strategist, Diosdado Cabello, and Granco would be the ones who would need to leave. And then we have the possibility for the elected president, Edmundo Gonzalez, to finally do what the people want and enter the presidential palace.
All right. You say the troops are in disarray from the bombings that we saw earlier today before Maduro was captured, which led to the capture of Maduro. But given that there will not, it seems, be any further action from the United States, there's plenty of time for the Venezuelan military to get its act together, and given the support within the military for the Maduro project, then how does that work with what you're saying?
Well, the military support for Maduro project, basically, the Chavez project is very ideological, right? The Bolivarian Revolution, etc. There are still a few ideologues, but by and large, the support for Maduro has been fracturing for years, which is why Venezuela continues to send oil, or did until the recent blockade, to send oil to Cuba, because Cuban intelligence operatives with Granco supported the counterintelligence to prevent a military coup. The military has been fracturing for a long time. Now that they can't get that support, and they were also there because they were receiving money. They are part of the illicit trade, part of the narcotics trafficking, the oil trafficking, the food supplies. They used hunger as a tool for repression and enrichment of the military. So all of these things are now gone. So I don't see how Maduro can really retain the support of the military if the reason why they're there, which is money and power, are essentially gone.
You mentioned the capture of Maduro and how things might develop from there, but we also spoke to a legal expert a little bit earlier. He said that actually what happened was in complete defiance of international law, was therefore illegal. So how do you take that?
No, I agree with the other person you interviewed who said that is not there was an international capture order. There's an Interpol notice. There is, he has been wanted. He has an indictment that was unsealed in 2020, but I know for a fact that the evidence of that indictment went all the way back to when Chavez was in power and Maduro was his foreign secretary. So, and back to then, they already had over a decade of evidence with people from within the Chavez and then the Maduro regimes providing evidence of the illegal activity, of the drug trafficking, of the support for international terrorist organizations that have bombed and killed many Americans, Brits, and Europeans in various operations. So from, in theaters of operation, including in the Middle East. So a lot of that material support was provided by Maduro, and those indictments are there. Where it is not uncommon for someone to be captured. We've seen captures of Eichmann. We've seen captures of other heads of state who are wanted and are facing trial in The Hague. So he is facing, he is indicted by The Hague, condemned by the United Nations Human Rights Council, and wanted by Interpol and the United States. So it's a capture.
All right, Vanessa, we'll leave it there. Appreciate your analysis and your perspective. Speaking to us, Vanessa Neumann, speaking to us from Oxfordshire in the United Kingdom. Thank you.
It's okay. I just want to slow this down for a second because, right now, people are smashing together a couple of different things, and that's exactly how you lose the plot in, the fog of war. There is the event, and there are images of the event. And if you don't separate those two things, you're going to get played, okay? The event is this. We know because of the explosions, right? Multiple major outlets are reporting, and, we've seen the videos, we've seen thousands and thousands and thousands of witnesses and people who've been, possibly killed by these pre-dawn U.S. strikes in and around Caracas, Venezuela, massive explosions and also power outages all over the city, official statements, and then on top of that, a sitting U.S. president, Donald Trump, publicly states that Venezuela's elected president and his wife had been captured and flown out of the country. That alone is insane. And then there's these images, and I haven't seen any of the news circulating any of these images, but there's photos circulating online supposedly showing Maduro being detained. That image is pretty high risk evidence at this moment. It's unverified, possibly AI generated. There is no proof of life release. no neutral confirmation, and that image should not be foundational to anything. And here's the key point. I'm talking about the image that I'm using on the thumbnail, but it's just the key point is like people keep missing this about like the conditions that we're in right now. You don't need the image to be fake to for like the point that I'm getting at here to still apply. Like even if half of these claims are real, this is one of the biggest escalations in like Western hemispheric politics in decades, right? Like since 9/11, because a foreign power claiming that it seized a sitting head of state, it's not sanctions, right? It's not pressure. It's not, right? Like it's not strongly worded concern. It's forcible removal. It is regime decapitation, and it's done openly. And that's not political policy. That's a fascist that's a fascist maneuver on behalf of a fascist government that is committing like neo-imperialism in the Western Hemisphere. And that's why like should those images of Maduro be real and this all is irreal, like international law and whatever that is over. Like in to say that is not hyperbole either. Like it doesn't mean that we're going to live in a lawless society, but on paper it's just anything goes at this point. Like we live in the jungle now. It means like just like the rule of the jungle is quietly replacing the rule of law, and it applies to anybody who is doesn't have the ability, like deterrence and the ability to make it so that these things don't happen to them, right? Like this is the jungle, like not because there are no rules, but because only some people are allowed to break them. Now, this is where it gets even darker, because this kind of action collapses the distinction between war and quote-unquote law enforcement. And that's been the direction of U.S. foreign policy for years now. Everything gets reframed as counter-drug, counter-terror, criminal indictment, trafficking, organized crime. And the reason for that is because if you call it war, people start asking questions. And if you call it law enforcement, people just shrug. And if you package military force as arresting a criminal, you short circuit public opinion's anti-war reflex. You don't need declarations. You don't need congressional debates. You don't need consent. You just say we're enforcing the law. And that's how these types of extraordinary cowardly acts of violence become standard operating procedure. And that's how like missiles and whatever Apache helicopter shit that they used here turns into just political policy. And once we cross that line, you don't just threaten the sovereignty of Venezuela. You open up an endless can of worms that will just deteriorate into the type of violence that we've seen engulf us all. And this is not too different than that. And this is a threat to the safety of the world, and to everybody outside of the core bloc, because the precedent that's set here isn't we need to remove bad leaders. It's the precedent is that remove leaders that are inconvenient. Like it's not even that they're bad, it's just that they're inconvenient. Like this could have been resolved, but instead we have an escalation that is it's just absurd, and it should truly terrify anybody, regardless of what side of the political spectrum you are on, because today it's Venezuela, tomorrow it's someone else with the wrong allegiances and incentives, the wrong resources, the wrong level of burgeoning independence. And Latin America knows this pattern. It's not abstract there, it's muscle memory. And that's the part here where people still don't want to grapple with. It's like, this isn't just a tactical act, it's straight up psychological warfare. Like, the message here isn't only aimed at Venezuela, it's aimed at all regional governments, that your sovereignty is conditional. It's aimed at militaries, your command chain can be bypassed very easily. And it's aimed, most importantly, at the people who are consuming it, like me and you, right? Like, your participation in this thing is purely just as consumption and nothing else. And that's what these types of rituals are, and like, that's why it feels like a civilizational escalation, not because of the body count, because of the claim of authority. And notice how fast the media machine snapped into place. Suddenly every former official and every think tank ghoul, every reasonable expert is on TV telling you to slow down, wait for details, avoid jumping to conclusions, not because they care about the truth, but because they care about narrative stabilization. And, you'll hear things like, we don't know all the facts yet. This is very complex. Both sides needed to de-escalate. And buried in that sleight of hand, America is never, the active subject of the sentence, right? Things happen, tensions rise, regions spiral into, into violence. And the U.S. always just reacts to the conditions they're given. And when you see it that way, when you report it that way, it's not journalism, right? Like, even when you consume it and tell your friends, you're just laundering an imperial lie, right? Imperial mythos. And which is why, again, like, the correct move here is not to scream, uh, like, it's not to like hold out, it's not to separate Maduro as if Maduro doesn't have some type of representation of, like, the will of the people in Venezuela, because he does, and we're going to see that. And the correct move is to, verify everything and to not play into, uh, um, psychological warfare and information warfare, fog of war, because major media outlets are going to report what they're reporting, right? U.S. strikes and, Trump claiming that Maduro has been captured. And these viral images that are going around are not proof, because I still hold out, a 0.5% belief that those images are fake, and that there still needs to be more genuine proof that he actually had been captured, or like that he's alive, right? But the political meaning of this action and these claims, even without any type of visual confirmation, one way or the other, is just enormous. It's unprecedented, like, in our time, because claims like this are not just, and actions like this are not just made casually. You don't just accidentally do this. Like, you don't just, commit extraterrestrial seizure of a head of state. You don't float that into the world unless you're trying to push reality into a certain direction, testing reactions, testing norms, testing how far the window can be shoved. And this is the real point. Like, we live in the jungle. Like, it's not about saying that rules don't exist. It's about saying, like, rules exist in a new, more sophisticated, layered apparatus that, depending on the conditions you living in the material core, may be on the outside of. And when it seeks compliance, the law will be invoked. When it wants results, it will be bypassed. And that bypass will be continuously uncomfortable. And media and other political institutions, politicians throughout the entire Western liberal order are going to help normalize this, just as they did when they invaded Iraq and Libya, etc. Because that's the system, and that's why in the end, like, if those images are real or not, it doesn't really matter. Like, images like that obviously are being used for information warfare, and until we see Maduro like brought somewhere, which I don't know. Maybe they are going to do that, and if they do, that will be that will be fucked. And that's the thing, is those types of images, those types of spectacles, they will pull people into these types of political debates. Well, the structure is long moved past those debates, and the real danger at this point isn't whether or not those photos are real. The danger is that a world power has just committed, a extrajudicial arrest over a sovereign head of state's leader, right? And if that becomes normal, then yes, international law, as people imagine, it is finished. Not with a bang, but with a very, very Lynch-esque dystopian shrug. So let's not get lost in it. If that image is real, even if it's not, and he ends up being in custody, it's still just a thumbnail at the end of the day. But I've seen numerous people showing many different images of Maduro being detained, some with blood on his shirt, some not with blood on his shirt. But it's not, in the end, that's just a distraction. And don't get caught up in like the wait and see politics of this, and don't let this be reframed as just another confusing foreign crisis. Because if this act stands even partially, it's not just unprecedented. It's a global threat, because it is a line that cannot be crossed and maintain a coherent and like sustainable social structure. And that line was just crossed. And lines like that only matter until people prove that they don't. And they prove that they don't over and over and over again, until those lines are no longer even there, because of their demonstrations that there is no more line. And we're going to cross it, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's what these types of blatant, egregious acts of, imperial violence, regardless of the consequences, are done, because they want to say, we'll do it, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. And the worst part of this is that if this works, it will continue. It will be another like again, like this being on the 6-year anniversary of the assassination of Soleimani. It's not a coincidence, because these things are prototypes. They're reused, and it's not because not because of the moralism, not because of the legalism, but because it doesn't trigger any consequences. And that's how the empire knows it's still in charge. That's how the jungle forms, is because of that. The inner it comes from when the alpha dog, when the alpha lion is scared. It doesn't have it has no self-confidence. And in those moments that's when the jungle forms. It doesn't form from chaos. It forms from the successful formation of new precedences without resistance. And yeah, and like I said, it's 6 years to the day. Like, that's not some spooky coincidence, right? It's not astrology for geopolitics. It's a very real rupture point. Like, it's the same reason why 9/11 happened on the same day as the, Chilean coup in 1973. You know what I mean? Like there's reasons that these dates become symbolic. And January 3rd, uh, it this date, right? It isn't symbolic because it feels heavy. It's symbolic because everything that follows is downstream from this. And this is I can like I it's a demonstrated fact, right? Like when the US assassinated Qasem Soleimani on January 3rd, 2020, it wasn't just a killing, it was the moment that the post Cold War rules finally collapsed in front of the public. Not quietly, not ambiguously, in the middle of the night, just after New Year's, in a flash of, news media spectacle. And up until that moment, up until that night, there was still a thin fiction holding this system together for many people that were born post World War II. And it was very much just a shared lie that, senior state officials were off limits, that type of escalation had, built-in guardrails, and the assassinations of those kinds were things that, that were often denied, not openly announced, right? And that like international law mattered at least enough to pretend. And that all that fiction died on a Baghdad tarmac. And the reason that everything feels more unstable since then is because it is. Like the system didn't adapt smoothly. Look how much the world has changed since then. The system absolutely cracked. And then people pretend they just have this amnesia like it didn't. Like, look at what has happened inside Iran and immediately since after those events. Like, Soleimani wasn't just a military figure, he was a stabilizer inside a fragile political ecosystem. He absorbed pressure, he mediated between factions, he embodied external defense in a way that gave the state internal legitimacy. And when he was killed, Iran didn't just lose a general, it lost its pressure valve. And suddenly, the Iranian state had to prove strength outward while holding itself together inward. And that's a brutal position to be in because you either risk escalating war or you absorb the hit and look weak. And either option, and we've been through this numerous times, like either option tears at legitimacy because both options just radicalize and escalate the situation. And Iran chose restraint externally and consolidation internally. And that decision locked the country into a permanent emergency mode. And that's what people don't want to connect to the unrest that you see carrying out even to this day, right? The unrest that's going on today, like in Iran, like those protests, the repression, the cycles of social distrust, the sense that the state is always braced for the next strike against the vulnerable, that didn't appear out of nowhere, right? It's the psychological aftermath of many things, but most recently the rift in the fragile fabric of the way that things are held together in part of you know um, the general's doing, like his political, just as a political figurehead and just as a capable person willing to take those risks and chances as a politician slash war general, and understanding and being able to embody those contradictions. And then 3 days later, 3 days after he died, in response, in a panic during various attacks, various um, various they were taking fire. They were under attack from the U.S. and there was a fire exchange, and Iran accidentally shot down Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752. And that wasn't just a random tragedy, right? Like that was the physical consequence of that escalation because Iran's air defenses were on hair trigger alert because they fully expected retaliation. Command and control was obviously, stretched because of uh, because of the situation, and communications clearly degraded. And one mistake, one misread radar blip, whether by a human being or not, 176 civilians were dead. And with that, Flight 752 wasn't just a terrible error, it was the sound of the system breaking. And notice what happened next. That crash became a narrative accelerant because overnight, Iran went from, victim of an illegal assassination to global pariah all over again. Western media stopped talking about the Soleimani strike almost entirely, and the conversation flipped, to Iran's actions, and Iran's credibility was completely shredded. And that sanction logic, that Western sanction logic, hardened, and sympathy for them evaporated overnight. And that's how these types of escalations work now. Commit a violation so severe that it destabilizes the system, and then you let that instability produce secondary disasters that you can point to, later as justification for your unprecedented acts. And January 3rd, 2020 didn't just kill, General Soleimani. It removed the needed friction that keeps the system together, and it made things all fall apart much faster than they were. And this is where Ukraine enters the picture, because Iran's isolation after 2020 didn't just get deeper, it was directional. Because once diplomacy with the West collapsed entirely, Iran had no incentive for balance. And so survival meant alignment, and not because Iran suddenly was in love with Russia or China, but because uh, uh, blocks harden, and you burn bridges. When you burn bridges, they burn hard. And by the time that the war in Ukraine escalated 2 years later, at around the exact same time, like about what, 25 months after that, the geopolitical chessboard had already been perfectly set for what was next, and it wouldn't have been able to be set if it wasn't for the actions that Trump took uh, 2 years prior. And with that, like, Iran didn't drift into Russia's orbit accidentally. It was pushed there by the consequences of what happened with uh, with Soleimani. And this is what people miss when they talk about Ukraine, as if it came out of nowhere. Like, even apart from, the Donbass and all of that, but just internationally. Because there was things that created the conditions for that to be even even somewhat acceptable. And those chain reactions go like that because you normalize assassination. Those assassinations trigger permanent escalation anxiety. That anxiety produces catastrophic mistakes. Those mistakes harden, social narratives that create uh, 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 just it just creates divide. And then those like that those narratives create social blocks and political blocks, and those political blocks and that strife makes the inevitable civil uh, dissolution of any type of trust in the state inevitable. And that flight 752 is the hinge, because it's the moment where a single assassination cascades into a national tragedy that completely reshapes alliances and accelerated global polarization. and it didn't cause the Ukraine war by itself, but it removed many shock absorbers that were previously there, and that's what's going to happen here. And because like once those shock absorbers are gone, systems don't snap back. They shatter, and they shatter forward. And that's why, again, 6 years to the day, January 3rd, January, it keeps coming back. And it's not because like history is poetic, but because these things happen in cycles, and you have to create conditions for things to be accepted, and those conditions move in cycles, and sometimes there's parallels that emerge. And here, January 3rd is the day that in many respects we learned assassination could be public, escalation of this magnitude can be survived politically. International law can be ignored without consequence, and chaos can be managed afterward. And every time, it happens, whether it was in 1961, in 2020, now in 2026, like it's every time that this happens, whether it's, like I said, it's the same reason why 9/11 is the same day as the, Chilean coup, right? Like these dates matter, and it's it's testing acceptance in a way. It's building structure. It's building structures to test acceptance of things that are unprecedented, and seeing how much more the world is willing to absorb. And that's why, again, strife in Iran that's happening today is tied to that moment 6 years ago. And that's why the tragedy of Flight 752 matters beyond just a national, like a national tragedy, right? And that's why like the invasion of Ukraine can't be it can't be understood without like tracing that fracture that goes back to early 2020, and obviously everything else that came with it. And people want clean timelines, discrete crises, neat causes, but that's not how it works, right? Like these things happen in cycles and snowballs, and like in building contradictions with tipping points. And we're living in like a ripple of a previous aftershock of a contradictions that have not been resolved. And these dates, January 3rd, is when the old restraint dies. When, like I said, Flight 752 is the consequence that becomes undeniable. And then the invasion of Ukraine is where the new order turns hot, because what they're willing to do, and everything else that's come after that, right? And what's happening here is another escalation of a can of worms, a demon genie that you can't get back in the bottle. And if 6 years later, the same date right here is being used again in any way, it's not accidental. It's a reminder, not to us, but to everyone with the eyes to see it, right? And this is what happens when you accept that assassination is a political policy. This is what happens when, escalation that can bring about global world war stops being taboo and starts being more about potential outcomes. And this is what happens when international law becomes less about optics and more about like who's going to stop us, right? And that's the most dangerous part. And it's not that the system is broken, it's that it's going to just keep going anyway, even if it is broken, right? Like there's nothing going to there's no resistance against this decaying order. So it's only going to go to new toxic and like corrosive layers that it's never been to, and we're experiencing that today, and this is just how global conflict starts, right? It's things like this. You can't you can't put some of these demon genies back in their bottle after they've been birthed. And we're living in we're living in the wake of that. And like, yeah, to go back with the image, right? And how, none of the news agencies have shown a lot of the images that have been on the internet of him being arrested, some of them more real than others, right? But what those images capture isn't just like again, the question or not if it's bad AI or not, right? Because that in itself is the ritual. Because this is how like American empire re-enters the room after the violence, after the coups, after the social destabilization, not with generals or flags, but with these shadowy voices, right? Polished, credentialed, calm, shadowy voices that exist to do one thing: set the boundaries of acceptable thought and consistently remove what those boundaries are over time. Because what's happening with this is like, the first thing that's happening here is like expertise is being laundered, right? Because people are being presented as like neutral analysts, but they're not outsiders studying these events. They're alumni of the same ecosystem that has designed the policies that are now under scrutiny because of what has been carried out here, right? State Department officials, think tanks, advisory board, NGO, security conference, foreign relations boards. They're not explaining their opinion based on their like understanding of history. They're defending the architecture that put them there. Now, the other part of this is that like the tone here is what replaces the truth. Because notice how nothing that they're saying here is especially outrageous, because like that's the point. Like earlier they were saying like this is an absolutely historical incredible act, right? Not that this is a crime, but that's the point and the way that it's processed. Like the empire doesn't need to sell itself throughout. It doesn't need to put its hand down your throat. It doesn't need to do that anymore. It sells it through this reasonableness, this soft language, like concerned eyebrows and words like, stability, unfortunate consequence, right? Like things like that. Like the violence that this is going to cause will get reframed as a a justified a justified act of like foreign policy management, and the suffering that this will cause will be so abstracted from the people who made these decisions that the imperial boomerang effect that will happen will be almost immediately. And then third is that America is never the subject of these sentences, like the verbs that are being shared. Like people say like these things happen, the tensions rise, regions spiral, actors respond, because the US is almost never the active agent when things happen. When it appears it's cautious, reluctant, or reacting. Everyone else has like other motives, and America has responsibilities. And yeah, one moment, it's getting red. You say it's reminiscent of Gaddafi, Libya. I wasn't paying attention to that stuff in 2011, but I remember the UN going through the process of legalizing the illegal before destroying the country. This feels like the same steps with steps removed. Yeah, with a lot of steps removed, because for years and years and years and years, they they stoked they stoked civil unrest to the point of a civil war in Libya, right? They couldn't even do that here in Venezuela because, even if there was election rigging, which is debatable, and if that is if that is a reason to invade someone and remove a head of state, America is not a place to be doing that. To be, America is not someone to be throwing stones about having illegitimate elections to the point where they're willing to overthrow governments over it. But yeah, at the end of the day, this is steps removed big time because, like I said, they spent many years stoking civil unrest in Libya, in the surrounding area, in the North Africa, Middle East, to create those conditions to make it so that an illegal bombing would be seen as acceptable. This is just an outright fascist coup. Like there's no there's no like there's no steps towards there's no Hegelian process here. This is just this is absurdity at the highest level.
I think the difference.
The thing it's most similar to is, again, Patrice Lumumba, right? And as I said earlier, it's 65 years this month to which that occurred. And what the story that I said earlier about Patrice Lumumba, that's like the original crime, but it built a prototype because, as I said in previous instances, they used this exact same operating procedure before. And how it evolves, right? It evolves into things like what I said with Qasem Soleimani, and that shows you how far it evolved. And it's not a coincidence that that happened 6 years today, because when he was killed at that time, it just showed like secrecy is no longer a thing. It's no longer something that you can afford, or something. Secrecy is no longer something that is attainable, right? And Qasem Soleimani wasn't some shadowy figure hiding in a cave. He wasn't a rogue actor operating outside of a state. He was a senior state official, a general, a uniformed representative of a sovereign government, and he traveled openly, he met openly, and everybody knew what his role was. And the United States killed him in public, on camera, with a drone strike, without any declaration of war. And that's the part that should have stopped everything. And it didn't. And instead, it just got absorbed. And like I said, that assassination happened 6 years ago today, January 3rd, 2020, in the middle of the night at Baghdad International Airport, not on a battlefield, not in the middle of a firefight. He was arriving on a diplomatic visit. The strike killed him and his companions and Iraqi officials alongside him. And those details matter here because they mattered for as long as they for as long as they didn't. Because what followed wasn't shock or restraint. It was explanation, justification, and applause. And the United States didn't deny it then. It hid behind their proxies in the past, but it wasn't doing that now. It didn't pretend that it was an accident. Officials went on television and said, yes, we did it, and we do it again. And they framed it as necessary, preventative, responsible. They claimed that immediate threats without evidence, then treated the lack of evidence as irrelevant because, it was their political will to to inflict whatever they wanted to do on their enemies. And for a while, international law experts raised many alarms about this happening, and uh, all throughout the UN and the Middle East, it was condemned. But none of that mattered because there were no consequences, and that's the shift, and that's the moment, and that's how we get to where we are now. Because for decades, material imperial violence depends on deniability, on coups happening in the dark, assassinations being outsourced with cutouts, proxies having pulled the trigger, documents staying classified, leaders that could later say that they didn't know, didn't authorize, didn't intend. And the assassination of Soleimani ended that era. Mike Trader, yeah, I mean, the United States is accused of committing crimes against humanity. It's, many elected officials, many presidents have been accused of. George Bush was accused of crimes against humanity. So, you know, Neck Triptor, Neck, I don't know how to say her name. Hello, to me, it reminds me of the removal of Marquez Perez Jimenez, except U.S. forces doing the job. It's very sketchy knowing U.S. history and war, but most Venezuelans, like me wanted this. After Perez Jimenez, the remaining governments made a pact called El Pacto del Punto Fijo. So oil is not private but public, used for people to repair the country with the money it makes. Venezuela became the richest South American country from the 60s to the late 80s. I mean, I get reaching for the, Jimenez comparison, but it kind of breaks at the point of a kidnapping and why it's probably dangerous to treat the two as similar because Perez Jimenez was removed by Venezuelans through like civil unrest and domestic rupture that Venezuelan political forces were in control of at the time. And whatever U.S. influence existed at the margins, Washington did not abduct the head of state, claim arrest jurisdiction over Venezuela, or openly override Venezuelan sovereignty. That distinction matters more here than anything else because, right, like what followed uh, with the Pacto de Punto Fijo, that elite pact, right, negotiated inside Venezuela by Venezuelans for Venezuelans. Oil remained public because Venezuelan institutions uh, retained leverage for, and the prosperity gained and that followed, like you're talking about in the 60s and 80s, came from the internal political settlement, not from foreign enforcement. And that's what's being discussed now, right? Like what's being discussed now here is the opposite of that. If a foreign power removes your head of state, that power owns the leverage from there on out, not symbolically, materially. History is very clear on this fact. And when removal is external, reconstruction is not negotiated by the population that wants change or wanted this, right? It's negotiated by the power that carried out this type of act. And that power, its priorities are never social repair, long-term sovereignty or independence or public wealth for the population. It's those things are acts are based on access and control, and to just even like I don't doubt that most Venezuelans wanted this, but I still very much doubt this. I don't buy that. It might be emotionally true for some people, but the consequences are going to be dire, and it's not going to change the structure. It's going to just make things worse. And desperation uh, doesn't convert foreign coercion into self-determination. It makes it easier for outside actors to claim legitimacy over these types of things after the fact. And Perez Jimenez was like an internal Venezuelan reset. This is an external Venezuelan override, and these are not the same things, right? Like, history does not confuse these things. And the tragedy here is that conditions have become so bad that external force feels like relief to some people, but that is exactly the condition under which sovereignty is lost, because it's pushed there. And uh, and um, acts like this make it ensure that it will never be restored. Because once a foreign power proves that it can remove your leadership in such an act, it will never give that leverage back. You can't get this genie back in that bottle. And that's not anti-Venezuelan to say. It's the lesson of Venezuela and the world's history. Because obviously wanting change is not wrong, but outsourcing it to Western Empire obviously always is, because the consequences here and what this is going to mean going forward is going to be it's just going to open it's going to open a Pandora's box of of just precedent that will never it just this unleashes something so bad. And the precedent set here is just going to the imperial boomerang is going to be almost instant, and conditions are going to get so much worse, because if they were bad before, there's no way that this is going to uh um you know um this is not going to be understood as a legitimate way for a leader to be removed from power. So the people in power aren't just going to say, "Hey, we need to legitimize ourselves. We need to have an election," because that would just pretty much do exactly what they were hoping for based on this act. In all of this said, someone who is Venezuelan would obviously have, more direct experience and very real feelings that I would never, even be able to imagine associated to this. So I'm a completely, like, I'll admit to be a complete outsider, but still, you know, still, even not as even outside of the Venezuela issue, this sets a precedent that cannot be uh um um like it cannot be you can I can only just describe it as, you cannot put this genie back in this bottle. The Pandora's box can of worms that is opened here, and like I've said before, it's similar to when they killed Soleimani, which again 6 years ago today. Like, the precedent that is set there set the precedent for so many things after that that would not have been able to occur had that not have happened. Yeah, I mean, again, for one, there was obviously so much outside interference in that fucking election, and Maduro still managed to hold on. And to to say that like, corrupt elections is a grounds for overthrowing a fucking regime in this type of insane way is just, again, the precedent that sets is crazy. Because, like, how many times have even one side of the political aisle claimed that the other in the past 8 years in the United States have done, mass election fraud? So, right, like, how how does anybody, like, how do you justify a straight up fucking invasion based on illegitimate elections? It's just, um, but I'm not denying what you're saying about the corruption and the repression against the protests. and the fucking like weaponized hunger and things like that, because I know all about that shit. But at the end of the day, it's gonna get worse because of that, because of this. And I've said this numerous times when it came to people, like when it came to the previous other times in the past decade or so, in the past like 8 years, where Venezuela has been threatened by outside forces in fucking coup attempts, et cetera, et cetera. This is the reason why I never thought that would amount to this is because of the consequence. Now we're gonna see the consequence. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Wow, you see that? Like that fucking Apache helicopter hellfire raining down on civilians is probably not good for the Venezuelan people. I'm no expert. I say that with the most due respect. But I'm not sure, you know, Apache helicopters raining down hellfire with fucking look at that. Oh yeah, you enjoy your country getting invaded. I've seen online some reports of civilian casualties, but nothing that's been like actually confirmed by any other like news source besides just rumors on the internet. Yeah, I mean they did the same fucking thing that they did to Venezuela, Guatemala, not too long ago either. About 50 years ago. Sorry, 72 years ago. Oh yeah, you're happy with Trump's foreign policy? Do tell me, what's your favorite part? Yeah, most likely does want control over the Panama Canal. Do you think that if the United States gets back control over the Panama Canal, that would be a good thing for the Panamese people or a bad thing? I think it would probably be a bad thing. Again, I'm not an expert, but there's a reason why it was given it was the reason why they fought for it back, you know. Yeah. You're hoping for him to take action against Mexico as soon as possible. Oh, yeah. Maduro stole the elections and is an illegitimate leader, and a lot of Venezuelans that protested ended up in jail. I mean, what the fuck did Trump do? You know what I mean? Like, both sides claim that the other side was committing election fraud. So does that mean that another country should invade them, like, and should bomb them? And bomb their civilian population? Like, accusations of election fraud is not a pretext for this type of fucking invasion. That is absurd. Even if what you were saying is true, this is not it. This is not it. This is only going to make things worse. He didn't bomb civilians, he actually bombed strategic military bases. Venezuelan Defense Minister Vladimir Pedrino Lopez said American combat helicopters fired rockets and missiles in urban areas and that they were working to gather information on the number of fatalities and injuries. That is from, the source for that is CNN. The attorney general of Venezuela, Tariq William Saab, reported that, quote, innocent victims have been mortally wounded and others killed by this criminal terrorist act. That is from the New York Times. President Trump told in an interview on Fox News that no American soldiers were killed, but some were injured when their helicopter was hit. So, you're wrong. That's not true. He didn't fucking bomb strategic military bases. That's bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck are you even talking about? Like, did you not see these videos? Like, there's also pictures of people running for their fucking lives. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just spewing fucking regurgitated propaganda that you were spoon-fed. Coming in here talking about fucking people wanted this, people wanted to get fucking bombed. Shut the fuck up.
I think a lot
Get the
remains to
fuck
be
outta
seen, and
here.
that's what a lot of the people that I've been speaking to is what remains for this mission now.
I don't fucking care if people dislike him. Disliking him is one thing. Hoping that he would get fucking cooed by a military invasion and fucking kidnapped is like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are you a fucking child? It doesn't matter if people don't collectively dislike him. It's not a pretext for fucking invasion. That is fucking stupid. I'm not responding to you anymore. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm sorry, but if you think that you can just do that to anybody because you're accusing them of a crime, that is fucking absurd. Even if you thought that Maduro was unlikable, there's no way that you can then come to the conclusion that doing this is good. You'd have to be either like so spoon-fed propaganda that your ears are ringing, or you just have a shit for brains or a child's brain.
We're going to hear now from the former Venezuelan diplomat Vanessa Neumann, and also the founder of Asymmetrica, a defense technology advisory. And she says Maduro's government should resign to prevent an escalation with the United States.
There is a risk of escalation within the U.S. And if there is an escalation, the blood of Venezuelans will be on the hand in escalation. And that particularly if there is further repression or arms against the Venezuelan people, we could see an escalation from the United States. So really, if the Maduristas want to present themselves as defending their people, they should leave. The military support for Maduro project, basically, the Chavez project is very ideological, right? The Bolivarian Revolution, etc. There are still a few ideologues, but by and large, the support for Maduro has been fracturing for years, which is why Venezuela continues to send oil, or did until the recent blockade, to send oil to Cuba, because Cuban intelligence operatives with Granco supported the counterintelligence to prevent a military coup. The military has been fracturing for a long time. Now that they can't get that support, and they were also there because they were receiving money. They are part of the illicit trade, part of the narcotics trafficking, the oil trafficking, the food supplies. They used hunger as a tool for repression and enrichment of the military. So all of these things are now gone. So I don't see how Maduro can really retain the support of the military if the reason why they're there, which is money and power, are essentially gone.
In a very private.
Talking earlier is like the PR face of this fucking fascist coup. Like, this is how power enters the room after such violence and, you know, sanctions, coups, and social destabilization. Again, not with generals or flags, but with these types of curated voices that are polished, credentialed, calm, reasonable voices that exist to do one thing: set the boundaries of acceptable thought. And what's happening here is that, like, first, expertise is just being laundered. Like, these people are presented as neutral analysts, but they're not outsiders studying the event. They're alumni of the same ecosystem that designed the policies that are now under scrutiny here because of this act. State Department, you know, right-wing think tanks, advisory boards, NGOs, security conferences. They're not explaining history. They're defending the architecture of the structure that put them there. And other thing is, like, the tone. The tone is what replaces truth, because notice how they say nothing is especially outrageous. You know, that's the point, is because empire doesn't sell itself through shouting, through, force. It sells itself through reasonableness, through this soft language, through, like, concern, words like stability, unfortunate consequences, violence. This type of violence gets reframed as, like, social management, and the direct suffering that people are going to experience because of this becomes so far extracted from the people who are actually making the decisions to inflict this onto people, that, like, the boomerang and the consequence and the demon genie that has been unleashed cannot be put back into the bottle. And another thing here that you'll see in this news coverage is, like, America is never the subject of the sentence, right? Like, the verbs matter. Like, things happen, tensions rise, regions spiral, actors respond, but the U.S. is almost never the active agent here. Like, when it appears, it's cautious, reluctant, or reacting. Everyone else has their own motives. and America has responsibility. And the debate comes like pre-shrunk because you're allowed to argue about like tactics, timing, optics, whether this was wise, but you're not allowed to ask whether the US has the right to do any of this at all, right? Like that question never makes it onto, at least not in the Western media. I've been watching all Al Jazeera most of the day. Like they are getting that message through quite a bit, but like in the Western media, it's almost never brought up. Like anyone who asks, it is framed as an emotional, extreme, unserious way of approaching this, not in a like this is an illegal, invasion and violation of international fucking law and sovereignty, right? And that's another part of this is like memory is just being unwritten in real time before our eyes. Like these news segments that we're seeing today aren't about like what happened this morning. They're about what people will remember 6 months from now. You know, the goal is to fossilize a version of events where these actions were inevitable, regrettable, but ultimately inevitable. And that's why it feels so grotesque to sit here and watch, because this isn't journalism. This isn't reporting. This isn't in any way confronting power. It's conforming to it. It's just power explaining itself in a more and more elaborate way before anyone else gets like the chance to filter it. So it's like so homogenized with these built-in narratives that you just take it all in, and there's information overload. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter because there's nothing you can do about it because they just showed you what happens if you try to do something about it. And, you know, the person on the screen doing the newscast doesn't need to lie to you. They just need to sound authoritative while steering the conversation away from like the systemic causes, which is the structure, the history, you know, the imperial project, you know, that what they call responsibility is actually, imperial ambition. When they succeed with that ambition, it's not a crime because, you know, crimes like that just disappear in the mist. You know, it becomes complicated and then forgotten. And that's the role that's being played here. Not expert, not analyst. It's like narrative firewall.
I would say we're showing resolve and deterrence in terms of our adversaries.
It's certainly a very dramatic moment right now in U.S. military and intelligence history. We're watching all of this unfold. Everybody stand by. I want to go to New York. Aaron Burnett is monitoring this. Aaron, you and I have covered these kinds of stories for many.
It's history. It's incredible, unprecedented history, not fucking an illegal fucking act. These people are fucking spineless ghouls, fucking laundering crimes of fucking like international war crimes.
Nick Payton-Walsh, thank you so much from London. As we are monitoring what else you see on our screen, of course, that is the podium at Mar-a-Lago, where President Trump.
They keep saying history is being made. An important moment. Like, no one is actually saying like this is a fucking heinous crime unless out watching Al Jazeera. And even on Al Jazeera, like 33% of it is still laundering a heinous crime.
However, we're still talking about one of the most anti-democratic and most brutal and strongmen, at least in the Americas, that is now out of power. What happens now in Venezuela, however, is a different thing, because as my colleagues were correctly pointing out, here the objective was to remove Maduro from power, not to create a regime change in Venezuela. The opposition has issued a statement calling for their candidate.
I can't handle them just laundering these fucking lies for this fucking heinous crime. Like, these people need to be, like, all of these people who are towing this fucking line need to face consequences and be held accountable for what they're fucking doing here. Like, all of the fucking typists and stenographers need to be fucking held to account.
Yep. The country's hour of freedom has arrived, Maria Corina Machado said, but plenty more unresolved issues to try and resolve one way or the other in the hours ahead. Right.
We do have a reporter on the ground today, journalist Mary Mina on the ground for us. Mary, just incredible that you're there. And with all of these questions, you know, where you stand, obviously it looks idyllic. I see the mountains, you know, the breeze, it looks beautiful. And yet you're in a country that is in chaos and disarray in an incredible way. What exactly are you seeing there? I know you've been on the streets. I know you have a feel for exactly how this is landing in Venezuela right now.
Yeah, there's mixed feelings from Venezuelans. Some people have decided to stay at home, and that is why we are seeing,
well, frankly, of authoritarian power in the region suddenly vanish, and that announcement of his departure appear in a 74-word tweet or Truth Social post from the president. We will learn more details about this going forwards, but it's important to look now on the day after planning. We'll surely hear from President Trump further details, frankly, relayed with some degree of excitement, it seems, an interview with Fox News about exactly how this meticulous and very efficient operation went down. But it's what comes next that really matters. Do they have the planning to potentially assist Machado and the opposition to seize power? Are they negotiating with the more moderate elements of the Maduro regime for their departure or some kind of détente? Do hardliners under Maduro now step forward and try and seek a stronger grip on what remains of power there? Or has that extraordinary exercise of US military power over the skies of Caracas changed many minds and perhaps eroded the loyalty of the military there? Questions that the Trump administration will hopefully have tried to answer prior to launching something as unprecedented as this, and ones hopefully that President Trump will be able to provide more clarity for in the minutes ahead, Erin.
Yes, absolutely. Hoping for clarity on all of that. I mean, just a stunning moment to think that Nicolas Maduro and his wife right now are en route to New York, where the Justice Department has filed this indictment. I mean, it is a truly incredible thing to think about and an important moment that we are living through right now.
Our White House reporter, Elena Treen, is getting some new reporting for us. What are you learning?
Yes, that's right. So I was speaking with some of my sources this morning, and this just goes to the extent of how long this operation was in the making. They told me that the CIA had actually installed a small team inside Venezuela in the summer that really began tracking all of his patterns, including his movements, his whereabouts, and that helped, of course, bolster the intelligence they had about where he would be exactly when this operation happened, where he would be sleeping. This is what one of the sources told me. They said, quote, "The CIA covertly inserted a small team into Venezuela in the summer that was able to provide deep insight into Maduro's pattern of life, which made it possible to snatch him so easily when the time came." All of this, again, just showing how long this has really been an operation that they were laying the groundwork for, Wolf, if this was going, of course, back to the summer.
Like, I'm sure that the Pentagon officials, and you're a former deputy Pentagon press secretary, will be asked if this was legal from the U.S. point of view, an act of war. In effect, there was no legislation passed in Congress. What's the reaction?
Well, you'll remember, just a month ago, I think it was, when Secretary Rubio, Hegseth, I think Ratcliffe all went up to the Hill and briefed members of Congress. I think it was Lindsey Graham that said, there's no intention for regime change. And if they want to do something like that, they'd have to seek congressional approval for it to be legal. I think, and I hope what you're going to see from the president is what are the legal ramifications and what were they operating under? I think you're going to see some justification from this administration, but I think Congress has a lot of questions on the use of military force. And additionally to what Elena was just saying, I mean, Donald Trump did give broad authorization for the CIA to start operating in Venezuela in the summer. And I think to what Beth was saying earlier, I mean, this was an operation that had boots on the ground, which made this so different from what we saw in Iran. I mean, many things could have gone wrong. And I think the operation that we saw taking place in the early hours of this morning is that it did limit collateral damage. This was a very elite team that went in and was able to seize Maduro and his wife, of course. But that wouldn't have been able to have been done if not for the CIA assets that you had on the ground and likely sources within the Maduro regime as well that ultimately led for his capture.
The fact that the U.S. could go in the middle of the night, 1:30 a.m.,
right.
The president of Venezuela is sleeping, his wife is sleeping, go in, not just get into that presidential residence, but also make it their way up to the bedroom and take these two into custody.
That's pretty dramatic.
It's dramatic, and it's funny that President Trump was saying it's like watching TV. It does seem so cinematic in this moment, and I think under another administration, I think you'd see the president come out and talk about this, and then you'd see the Secretary of Defense come out and explain the operation. And as you know, when we've talked about this, we don't have a typical press corps that's in the Pentagon right now. We don't have a typical press, Department of Defense secretary that would brief the press right now. But some of the things that I want to know are what are the airframes that were used? Were there injuries? Donald Trump mentioned that some of the operators were injured. So, I have a lot of outstanding questions, and I'm sure so do the American public and Congress. And we're not getting all those answers that we would usually get.
The president will be making an opening statement and then answering reporters' questions. So hopefully we'll get some answers to all those questions that remain outstanding right now. Zach Cohn is joining us right now. Zach, I understand you're getting some new reporting.
Yeah, Wolf, that's right. Just piggybacking on what Elena was saying, our reporting is not only did the CIA have that small team on the ground in Venezuela tracking Maduro's movements since at least August, but the level of planning that was happening here for months has been done at the most senior levels within the Trump administration. Sources telling me that Secretary of Defense Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Stephen Miller, a top White House aide, as well as CIA Director John Ratcliffe have been working on this issue and this operation ultimately for months now. And it's something that they've been talking about daily since earlier this summer and briefing the president on regularly. At the same time, we reported back in September that the goal here.
My friend sent me a tweet about that. Ramuskin Red says, do we have any more info on what happened with the Chinese delegation? Middle East Monitor said Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro received a Chinese government representative at the presidential palace in Caracas on Friday, hours before U.S. President Donald Trump claimed Maduro had been captured following American military strikes. Maduro met Maduro met a special representative of the Chinese government on Latin American affairs at the Miraflores Palace. I had a pleasant meeting with the special envoy of President Xi Jinping, Maduro said on Telegram. We reaffirmed our commitment to the strategic relationship that is progressing and strengthening in various areas for building a multipolar world of development and peace. The meeting came before Trump claimed Maduro, along with his wife, had been captured after a large-scale strike and was flown out of the country. Venezuela had earlier accused the U.S. of attacking civilian and military locations in Caracas and other cities and declared a state of emergency. Now, if you want to get pilled for a second, Maduro's last public appearance was meeting a Chinese special envoy just hours before he was captured by the U.S. And that is deeply, profoundly disappointing, President Xi. And Flamethrower, Socialist FT on Twitter, said to me, do you think it's possible they set them up in some way to almost get a wink and nod that they can then take Taiwan if they let the U.S. do something like this? It seems like a terrible trade-off, especially for global socialism. And I don't blame them for suggesting such a thing, because obviously the incentive looks like it's there. But the other thing is the consequences of that. If China took Taiwan, America would collapse entirely. So I don't think they would trade fucking Venezuela for Taiwan, because they still have to actually install someone in this is not shrewd. This is reckless. This is the imperial boomerang of this is going to be fucking immediate. So I don't know. There's going to be massive consequences for this in the same way that there was for Putin. You know what I mean? There's no way. Yeah, I don't know. I see it. I feel like it's hard to. I feel like it's very hard to see that the U.S. is still going to be able to host the World Cup after this year. You know what I mean? And I might be being a fucking lib by saying that, but I don't. There's going to be global condemnation about this, in the same way that there was with Putin and the Russian invasion. This is unprecedented in modern times.
And nor, for example, the hundreds of political prisoners, including at least 5 U.S. citizens that have been detained in recent weeks in Venezuela, used as a tactic normally to negotiate as pawns in negotiations with the US. That is one of the other tactics that Maduro has employed in the past in maintaining himself into power for so long. Well, that was a tactic that had allowed him to remain in power up until today with these truly unprecedented and
like, what the fuck are political prisoners? Like, what is the United States doing right now with fucking with ICE? Like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Are these next steps and how to frame that for the American people? What role Congress will play in this? There is a lot to be figured out here. And I wanted to pick up on one point about these Americans who are imprisoned, at least 5 in the current batch. You know, we negotiated 2 other releases earlier this year in this revolving door. But these people are reporting, the ones that have been released in the past, that they were treated, they were beaten regularly, they were given, you know, barely edible food, dirty water. I mean,
okay, this is such fucking bullshit. Like, it's such absurd propaganda. Like, the United States is the largest carceral fucking population on Earth. You know what I mean? You know how many people die in fucking prison in the United States?
Apparently.
Irina Rotten, how does an elected president fall in a foreign democratic nation? Isn't it more likely that they just kidnap the leader of a country that isn't their own? Don't they understand that the USA has neither the right nor the authority to install or remove presidents of other countries? What's wrong with them? Yeah, it's absolutely absurd. It's mind-blowing. Like, and like Irina Rotten, I'm from Colombia. This means I live next to Venezuela, and I'm afraid. I don't know what to do, man. Truly. Yeah, I mean, someone was in here earlier saying that most Venezuelans don't like Maduro, and she lived in Guatemala, and she said, most of the people that she know who are Venezuelan were happy, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, the the like the social instability, the civil unrest that this is going to cause, none of this is going to be good. This is all very, very bad. Even if you disagreed and you were politically opposed Maduro, you know what I mean? To the point where you supported the opposition and wanted him to be, lose and voted against him. This is not good for your country. This is not good for anybody. This is not good for sovereign states. This is not good for sovereignty in the modern era. This makes the world unsafe. Like, it's as simple as that. Anybody who says that this is good, that people are happy, like, absurd, absolutely fucking absurd. Like, so yeah, I appreciate your perspective of saying that, you know, you don't know what to do and you're afraid, rather than like, oh, a lot of people I know are happy. Because, like, again, even if you fucking opposed Maduro, which I know plenty of South Americans, plenty of people who live in the global South, in the Caribbean and in South America, who, you know, are not pro Maduro in any way, but would never support this and are, you know, publicly condemning it, right? Like, either as public figures or to me personally. Like, it's just, it's fucked. It's absolutely fucked. We're unleashing a demon genie that cannot be put back into a bottle. Yeah, and even the accusations of the electoral fraud, like, it was still close enough that a fucking, at least, 40, 48, 49, 49, 50% of the population still supports him and are still, like, look right here. Like, there are people right here standing in the streets. Look, it's not filled, but there is quite a decent amount of people out there, and this is obviously just like one camera angle. I've seen lots of videos of people in the streets. So again, even if you politically oppose Maduro, either ideologically or you were aligned with him but didn't agree with the way that he was carrying out fucking government, which there are so many reasonable fucking things to critique him about, but to say that he should be fucking kidnapped, like you said, by fucking foreign terrorists is just, it's absurd. This is all just utterly fucking absurd. And yeah, not good. I've finally now seen a picture. I've now seen a picture on BBC. Let's see. There.
September there that we saw the first boat strikes against drug trafficking boats in the Caribbean and in the Pacific. So
Sumi,
Yes.
Sumi, I'm just going to interrupt you there. You mentioned Nicolas Maduro being transported. We have some pictures here. Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima there, as you just mentioned. This is the first time we are seeing this. I will just try and establish who posted that or what entity or organization posted
Lewis, it looks like that was actually Donald Trump's Truth Social post.
Absurd.
Waiting a bit of time, but we have no control over that, of course. All I can say is that as soon as the president and other officials do come out into the press office room there in Mar-a-Lago, in front of the microphones, we will cross straight to it. But this is the image that many around the world will now be seeing for the first time, and many in Venezuela will have a great deal to reflect on. He was widely believed to have lost the last election. He held on to power in Venezuela, but for some, Mimi is still with us here. Of course, they may feel, well, we didn't like him, we didn't back him, we didn't vote for him, but it's still our president, and now we have to see him like that on the international stage.
Yeah, this is an incredibly striking photo, and one which, again, will take many people by surprise.
He gave us a little bit of an insight into what happened in this operation as well, talking about the planning. He confirmed CBS's reporting, our partners here in the U.S., that the U.S. actually had been waiting for the weather to be correct for these strikes. He also told us in that interview with Fox News that he had, as Vice President J.D. Vance had indicated on social media, they had given President Maduro, quote, several off-ramps, and that included President Trump confirming that he spoke to Nicolas Maduro on the phone last week. He said they had spoken several times, and he was asked what off-ramp he was given. And he said that he told Maduro to leave power, and clearly Maduro had not accepted that or rejected that. And that is why the operation went forward.
As the men and women of our military working with U.S. law enforcement successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly, but captured along with his wife.
They probably used an EMP to be able to put out the fucking, obviously like the electricity like from the bombings, but I guarantee you they used some type of fucking EMP.
In the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens.
Here he is. He is walking out right now. The President of the United States, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth with him. Let's listen in.
Appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault, and it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani.
6 years ago today.
Attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer, all perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife.
They probably used an EMP to be able to put out the fucking, obviously like the electricity like from the bombings, but I guarantee you they used some type of fucking EMP.
In the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, maybe like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. What? And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country.
There's going to be a fucking insurgency, like 1,000,000%, which they probably want to happen to create a war in the region that will just be like they want to create the same type of, they want to make Venezuela Syria. That's what they want.
From Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave.
That's what they want. They want an insurgency.
Probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas,
Not even
which
real.
flooded our nation with
Not even
lethal
real.
poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans.
It was a thing by the CIA to fucking infiltrate Colombian fucking drug cartels.
Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship they'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over in particular the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police. They were brutal. But they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete, and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C.
None. No,
we haven't
no
had
crime.
a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're walking their daughters. They're walking their children, their wives. They walk to Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C.
Their daughters.
So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, and we're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing. And we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also help, as you know, in Chicago. Then crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there when they need us. We'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where
what the fuck
head
is
of
he talking
the police
about?
department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people. And now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst. They say the worst.
They say
Americans
the worst.
like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari. What happened to her?
You just bombed a fucking sovereign country. Fuck that girl. You just killed probably fucking 3 dozen people, 3 dozen civilians. Fuck you. You're a mass murderer.
Never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons, a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution.
By boat and by sea.
Asylum. But we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States. But no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill. And the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night.
Yeah, they used those weapons last night when you fucking did an invasion of their country, you dumb fucking idiot.
Policy dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal. But we've superseded it by a lot. By a real lot.
By a real
They
lot.
now call it the Monroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised, in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro,
can you
is
call
finally
them a
gone in
terrorist when you
Venezuela.
just-
People are free. They're free again. Been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects. and the American people deserve. And as the president said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation, a massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men. And I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve, the most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026, and under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our chairman, Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolas and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again.
I'm sure you will.
Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists. And we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise It involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel so, as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action.
The right triggers to be met.
Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component is, was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense.
one of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable. And as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Please. Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolas Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolas Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States, and the president addressed it. There's a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy. But instead, he wanted to play big boy. And so now, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think that the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that, I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Message to Cuba, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Running the country.
Mr. President.
Mr. President. You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr.
President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, they always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it. But we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot. And we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. They stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
President, what are you explaining the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
This country there is
that would run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be for a period of time. The people that are standing right behind me, we're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be.
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with vice president in Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
going? I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He's just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that.
He has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first
An
statement.
illegal
He's making
operation.
cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Mr. President, did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved.
Sure. We call members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Gloucester, if I could add one thing to that.
Watch this live.
Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. We had a lot of ships out there. They sort of knew we were coming. We were. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
President, you were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know, the safe place is all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. There was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it.
Go ahead,
finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well, eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards. Did that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's why we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
President, can you, how long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want Venezuelan people to hold election?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's, blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. It can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and drugs?
And Russia, Russia, when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give. In other words, we'll be selling oil probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Now, are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that? Oh,
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. but you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country, and they destroyed it. Remember, I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're going
troops
to be
to
a
provide?
team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro, and right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn in as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, you know, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back. Yeah.
Done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Why are you concerned that
Oh,
bad
my
elements
God.
of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it.
I can't anymore. I can't. It's just so wild because, like, for decades, for like centuries, for 250 years, this type of like imperial violence depended on a certain type of deniability, and like with coups happening in the dark, assassinations and kidnappings of this kind being like outsourced, with like proxies being pulled, documents staying classified for 50, 75 years, where the people who directed it could say that they didn't know, they didn't authorize, they didn't intend for that to happen. And like he said, it's 6 years to the day that they assassinated Soleimani. And that started the end of that era that I was just talking about, when imperial violence depended on a certain level of deniability. And this decapitates the corpse of that era here and now. Just like that was assassination without shame, assassination as political policy, assassination as a political message. The point here wasn't just to remove Maduro, just like it wasn't to take out Soleimani. If that were the goal, there would have been quieter ways. The point was to, again, as they said themselves, to demonstrate that the rules no longer apply to them, and that sovereignty no longer protects you, and that status alone is what matters, and that status is either with us or against us, and that being a state official or a leader of a country is no longer a shield. And just as important, the point was to see what would happen next. there would be, a few days of headlines, some hand wringing, but ultimately what it is normalization, because they're pushing the margin further than they've ever done before in this era, because there's not going to be any consequences. There's not going to be any sanctions. There's not going to be any prosecutions. There's not going to be any isolations. People will talk about the World Cup. People will talk about all these things about what could happen because of, by your logic of what you've called crimes. These are so much worse. But from this point on, the questions are no longer whether the United States is going to openly kill foreign officials or kidnap them, and illegally bomb sovereign nations and kidnap their leader, because they've already answered that now. The question has now become like, who else becomes qualified for their attack, and that's essentially it. Like, and yeah, I was gonna stream about fucking hockey, and then this happened, and I've been going since 3 a.m. and I need to stop. I can't handle this anymore. I need to take a short break. I need to take a nap and eat something, and I'll be back in about 3 to 6 hours. But yeah, my brain is melted with this overt imperial overreach, and I need to take a quick step aside for maintenance. So I can't even get through the rest of the press conference. Yeah.